So we can start. Calling out Avery, thank you for joining.
Thank you for calling me out.
It's so early in the morning for them. No, it's just okay. I would like to thank everybody who has joined online for making the effort. It is very much appreciated and shows your commitment to the IGF and the IGF ideal. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second day of the MAG meeting, third day of the series, Open Consultations and MAG meeting. Our chair, Carol Roach, is delayed, so we'll be here in about 15 minutes, half an hour. She'll come. But our host country co-chair, Ole Martin, will be in his capable hands. And as usual, meetings being recorded. There's going to be a summary report on the action items early next week. Let me just put it that way. And MAG meeting, MAG has preference. If you could use the online list to raise your hand, that would be much appreciated. But if you're having difficulty, you can use your flags and we'll try and keep track. With that, let me hand it over to our host country co-chair, Ole Martin, to start the meeting.
Okay, welcome everyone. And I hope you've had a great fondue and sleep and are ready for day 3. Since we've been so efficient, we're suggesting some changes in the agenda. And that is to move the roundtable exchange to after the coffee break at 11:45 or earlier if you finish earlier. And if there are any online participants on the roundtable, they can come after the leadership panel, and then we have the possibility to close early, finish off early. Is that okay? Any comments on that? Then a short recap of yesterday. I won't go into everything, but we started with the open consultation discussion and a much needed conversation about the IGF that fed into the main themes that we will discuss later. And we had our final decision on the workshops, and the Secretariat will share them later. Then we're closing that debate now, and we'll see what happens if there's any more time. That's if we manage to trim some more sessions out there, then we will see how we address that later. And then let's go into the main session planning. You're sharing a document.
Selling.
And I believe that we have to reduce the topics from 4 to 3, and we need some facilitators for each topic. Any comments? Olga?
Chair, we have, just to clarify, we have 3 slots for main sessions, and we have 3 topics proposed, right? Achievements of multi-stakeholderism, governance of new technologies. Maybe 1 and 4 could be somehow merged or related, and yeah. But it's of course it's a suggestion. I think it's based on, I don't know if Juan is here, but based on his comments yesterday, and I think it's related with the achievements or future of multi-stakeholderism, because I think it's somehow what has been discussed related with IGF and multi-stakeholder meetings. Thank you.
Anja?
Thank you very much, Chair. I just would like to remind, I reported on day 1 about the NRI's plans for the main session. So the consultations among the group resulted that they would like to cooperate with the MAG to prepare a session on the status of multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance in light of Net Mundial principles, Swiss Plus 20, GDC 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And I see that your first topic here is achievements of multi-stakeholderism. So if there are overlaps there, then I would like to suggest maybe to discuss with the NRI colleagues to cooperate and prepare this session together. Thank you.
Chris.
So, Chris?
Okay, thanks, Ola Martin. I certainly, well, just based on Anya's suggestion there, that I think that's a very good one, because I think that helps us in terms of integrating the NRI work more into the program rather than isolating it or siloing it out separately. So that seems good. I very much like the governance of new technologies idea and would like to see that developed. I'm happy to serve as a facilitator for that one if no one objects or others would like to as well. The artificial intelligence one, I mean, I think we have to be very careful there to scope what that's going to look like, because I mean, obviously there'll be some overlaps with a session on governance of new technologies. Obviously there'll be some potential for overlap with the high-level session that Tuan mentioned in her presentation on Monday. So yeah, I think before we lock that in, we want to have some clarity on where we see this main session on artificial intelligence fitting into the broader program and context generally. Thanks.
Teresa?
Thank you. Yeah, the point that of merging 1 and 4, so what Olga had provided, I think that's a good direction forward, and perhaps with the weight of the discussion being focused on the future and what 2045 might look like, using examples of the past to show that it's been foreseeing what might be coming up as internet or policy issues that are arising. So I like that very much, and I think how it's structured, we need to do carefully. I'm happy to help support anybody on that. With regards to the governance of new technologies, agree with Chris with regards to that. And I'm wondering whether on the artificial intelligence, given that governance of new technologies would encompass by its very nature artificial intelligence and some of the dialogues there, that the artificial intelligence session really delve into some of the substantive threads that are occurring. So the use of artificial intelligence in the medical field or in societal fields, and some of the core themes that need to be addressed, as the governance model for anything like that or anything else might need to be a hybrid in order to address different societal segments and a range of areas, data protection, various other things. So long-winded way to say perhaps the third item, artificial intelligence, could be with some subject tracks or substantive tracks of focus, not specifically a governance aspect.
Kato-san.
Thank you very much. I, first of all, agree with Anya, suggestion to combine NRI, discussion or collaborating session with the first, agenda. Also, I like to put some emphasis on the future of the IGF portion on what we expect from IGF in the future, instead of talking about the general discussion of the structures or multi-stakeholderism or something like that. For instance, if we can invite, we've been talking about involving some high-level private sector people for the IGF, but if we can invite people from some countries like Norway or neighboring countries from private sector, such as railroad, utilities, banks, who are users of the internet, not necessarily the provider of the facility, and listen from those users and listen to what they expect about their challenges and the issues they are facing, and putting some good moderator, try to combine in IGF to those questions and try to give some answers as a future agenda of IGF, and that would give some ideas about the future of IGF, what we can do for the society and the entire world. And that is really, helping to identify the current, good point of IGF, such as existence of NRI, which could be used as a global network for those business users. And, this doesn't need to be only, business users. Of course, civil society and all other, stakeholders have their own concerns, issues. And we can put all and try to find out a way future IGF can solve, at least in some way, discuss these issues. And that's my hope on this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Thank you, Chair. So first, two questions. A first more overarching question is, I know we're talking about the main sessions here, but I think it would give the MAG a better picture if we understand the titles of the other main sessions that are currently proposed so we don't overlap, or is the question that we will set these and then the others will have to adapt? That, and there was mention of the NRI session or the DC session, so that would give us some clarity, unless we have the prerogative to set whatever we do and then they have to adapt. So that's the first one. And the second question is, I thank you, Anya, for the proposal about the collaboration, but does that mean that this will become that main session, or does that mean we are having this session and the NRIs will also have that?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jennifer. I was just chatting with Celine as well to clarify. So my understanding is, and Chengta and Celine will correct me if wrong, is that the MAG will prepare 3 main sessions. There will be a session which is prepared in cooperation with the NRIs and in cooperation with dynamic coalitions, respecting the working modalities of these 2 groups. And that has been always the agreement of the MAG with regards to the NRIs having the main session, and I understand the DCs as well. So that's 5 sessions in total. But then it's really up to you in terms of how do you see these 2 sessions? Are they overlapping or they're complementing each other? In any case, my point was really that the MAG is always invited to cooperate with the NRIs on preparing the main session, respecting their working modalities. And by working modalities, in short, I really mean on respecting their bottom-up consultative, open, inclusive process, because they need to consult with their multi-stakeholder organizing committees and then bring the inputs to the global network so that they can reach a consensus to prepare the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya, for that. That's very clear now. In that case, for facilitating this, at least in conjunction with collaborating with NRIs, I'd put my name forward for that part. Thanks.
Olga?
Many things have been said. I think that artificial intelligence is quite narrow for a main session, and it could be easily included within governance of new technologies because I think it somehow belongs there. And you, Jennifer, are you facilitating the one? I would like to volunteer for something, but I don't know. You already wanted. Oh, there's no limit. Oh, yeah, I would like to help facilitating a session. Maybe, can I see the list? I don't see it. And I'm a little bit confused about the NRI. So there will be an NRI main session. And apart from that, we will work together in the first one, achievement of, is that the idea?
So I think the question is really for the MAG, because I am not clear what is the intention behind the first proposal. But I just wanted to say that the NRIs are interested to working on strengthening the multi-stakeholder approach to governance of digital technologies. So if your idea for this first proposal on multi-stakeholder approach, and I can see well from here, overlaps, then perhaps you can think about merging. But if they are two distinct sessions, then I understand that you would like to prepare two sessions. In any case, the point is the MAG is invited to cooperate with the NRIs on preparing this session on the focus that emerged from their internal consultations, which is advancing multi-stakeholder approach to digital governance.
I have moderated and participated in many NRIs, very interesting sessions where many NRIs explain what they're doing, and that's very interesting. I think this is not the focus of this main session. I think it's more focused on the multi-stakeholders. So I think we have to work on that, but I think it's a good opportunity to work together. And I would like to help facilitating that first main session. Thank you.
Valeria?
You, Chair. Let me first refer to proposal number 1. Sorry. And what is going on? I don't know. Is it? Can you hear me well? Is it yours? Oh, it's yours. Okay. No, it's okay. So in relation to trying to respond to Anya's question, I think the main session in relation to the future of the IGF, based on what we discussed yesterday, has to do with not only the unique aspects that the IGF has, but also the role that the IGF can play currently and for the future in the broader digital cooperation ecosystem. In that sense, NRIs is obviously one of the unique features of the IGF, but this session, in my view, goes beyond the NRIs. But obviously, I think there is the willingness to cooperate with the NRIs in regards to the aspects that are related to that component of element of the IGF. But as we mentioned yesterday, this year is crucial to discuss the different aspects related to the IGF and its future. And I would like to also put my name forward to help facilitate the structuring of this session. In regards to the two other topics, I could caution ourselves in relation to perhaps underutilizing or underusing the potential of the IGF to provide input to existing processes. As we know, in relation to artificial intelligence, the global dialogue on the governance of artificial intelligence is about to start, as well as the working group on data governance facilitated by CSTD. So I see that in relation to the governance of new technologies and in regards to artificial intelligence, there is an important opportunity for the IGF to connect with the implementation implementation of the Global Digital Compact, and therefore provide substantive, specific input from the governance point of view to precisely these two issues that, in my view, cannot be dissociated: the governance of artificial intelligence and the governance of data. So I would like to suggest that we also look at that possibility to focus those sessions in getting input from the IGF community, expert input, to also feed into those other processes that are happening. And in that way, connecting the IGF with the implementation of the Global Digital Compact. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus?
Yes, hello, good morning. I would also like to add the interest of DCs to be part of the preparation of the session on the multi-stakeholderism and future of the IGF. This is an issue that are very much interested in. And as I have the floor, also say and pick up also on a comment of Wout in the chat, I think the first bullet point on ideas that the main sessions all main sessions should be organized in collaboration with the intersessional work. I think the NRIs and also the DCs and the policy networks and the best practice forums can contribute also to the substantive issues under 2 and 3. Obviously, not all DCs are involved in these issues, but there are some who work on these issues. Thank you.
Okay, and we have Chris again.
Yeah, thank you. I had a bit more of a, I guess, logistical question. So when we're talking about main sessions, are we talking about sessions in the main plenary room? And if that's the case, is there any indication how are we planning to use the second largish room, larger than a workshop room? Are we simply incorporating that into the sort of general open forum workshops, etc. program, or are we sort of using some intentional strategy to sort of highlight important sessions in that room, and also the sort of the modalities that room would allow for? Because I think there are probably some sessions that wouldn't necessarily need to be in a 1,700 person room with a big stage up the front, but would also still be important sessions that we want to highlight and allow more people to be there for the discussion. And so I'm just trying to get clarity on whether we're in this discussion only talking about the big room, big stage sessions or not. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. So most main sessions will take place in the plenary hall. Also the main sessions from the intersessional work. There are just, because of the space issue, there are just 1 or 2 intersessional work main sessions that will have to take place in the second largest, so the conference hall. And other than that, we planned on having workshops allocated there.
Amrita.
Thank you so much, Amrita, for the record. When we are looking at the entire main sessions, as in I'm not talking only of MAG sessions, there are 5 NRI sessions, 4 DC sessions, 3 from the policy network, 1 from the best practice. I guess we are missing that. So if we are thinking of a session on artificial intelligence with data governance or whatever, obviously it has to be a bit governance related. Does it make sense to have a separate main session on artificial intelligence, or does it make sense to have a session on artificial intelligence with the PNAI and the DCs, etc., possibly reducing overlap, but having a more meaningful session? That's a question I had to the staff. As a PNAI lead, I would definitely like another session, but if we are looking at making a more sharper, structured IGF, what would make sense is an open question to all.
Suki.
I would like to volunteer and put my name forward for topic number 3 on artificial intelligence. And I would like to highlight also the importance of inviting the private sector for this topic and getting also representation from maybe the big tech companies. And I'm pretty sure that they are not so much interested in discussing the AI governance, which can be also covered by topic number 2, but more on different, or another issue, aspect of artificial intelligence. So I think this is something we should really try to get representation from the private sector in this topic.
Thank you. Lito?
Thank you. Taking into consideration what Kato was mentioning a while ago and what Adam said yesterday about answering questions, I will suggest or put in the table that instead of focusing on the third session on artificial intelligence, we come up with something like questions and concerns about the future internet. So we can encompass other topics like cybersecurity and many more that may be of concerning not only private sector attendees, but also all of us. Including those new emergent technologies, but also a topic like cybersecurity, misinformation, and so on. And we can ask, if we follow what we discussed yesterday, more DCs, more policy networks and best practices to collaborate in this session. They are different to the DC per se sessions or NRIs or whatever, because these are collaborative sessions among all the many of the intersectional work that we do. So looking at the topics of the sessions, that's why I agree with some colleagues that think that AI by itself may not be a topic, but something like I said, questions and concerns for the future internet, something like that. So we can encompass many things according to our collaboration. Thank you.
Well,
apologies for being a little late. First, the questions. Is there any reason why my proposal that I made yesterday and also through is not being considered? I proposed yesterday that, taking into account what is happening this year, a good main session could be what is the role of the IGF in the WSIS follow-up and GDC implementation. And I mentioned that the role of that main session will be to position the IGF as an indispensable part in that what is being coined as the WSIS architecture, or some other called WSIS framework. Last week in the CSTD, it was agreed to be called the WSIS architecture. I think that in that main session, of course, we will have to mention the NRIs, we will have to mention the intersectional work because it's part of the key. We have to mention the achievements, why the policy dialogue has been so successful. We could have speakers from big companies and tell him what do the IGF meant to them to be able to talk directly to other stakeholders. Or the similar thing could be done with government speakers and with civil society speakers. And that is it was my proposal yesterday, and I don't see it considered there. And I think it has some of the points of the first one, but more focus on what's happening this year. I don't want to repeat myself, but I think that before thinking on the next 20 years, we have to ensure that we will have those 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was just considered covered in the first one. It was not left out. Raul? Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Switzerland.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that I don't know if it is under topic 3 or 4, but I think that's the AI is a topic itself, yes, and I will explain why. This is what we talked about yesterday. There are discussions about artificial intelligence in many places, and nobody understands what is being discussed in each of the forum and what's the objective of each of the processes that are going on. So I think that if we are consistent with the idea that the IGF is the one-stop shopping on internet governance and the place to understand the whole landscape, we need a session on artificial intelligence where that act as a point of convergence of the different processes and discussions that we are having in different places. I don't know if it is the point 4 or point 3, and I agree very much with Amrita. I think that exactly with this view that we have to make things to converge. I think it would be good to collaborate or coordinate with the policy network, digital dynamic coalitions, and everything to have all the views in the same place. Thank you. Also, sorry, and I volunteer, of course, to work on that.
Thank you. Switzerland.
Do you hear me okay? Hope so. So thanks very much, Jorge Cancio, Switzerland for the record. Just wanted to comment two things, just to put it in context with larger discussions we are having. I'm seeing now on the topics that 1, 2, and 5 really touch on the larger discussion on the WSIS plus 20 review, the future of this architecture, the GDC implementation, which is part of and parcel of the WSIS plus 20 review, and of course the role of the IGF. So I wonder whether there could be some merging of those topics into one. And just to highlight that it would be very important, I think, to have the co-facilitators of the WSIS plus 20 review taking part in some fashion in that merged main session on WSIS plus 20, GDC, and the role of the IGF. That's the first point. The second point on the question of AI, I just want to draw your attention that as we speak, we are having negotiations in New York on how to implement the global AI governance dialogue. And as you know, the IGF has itself proposed that it could be one of the places, one of the venues to hold such AI governance dialogues. That's one thing. And currently in New York, we are discussing whether the IGF could be one of those fora. So I think it could make sense and it would be consistent with prior papers and positions of the IGF itself that one of the main sessions is devoted to AI governance, maybe to a specific subtopic. But I think it would perhaps be a bit strange if the IGF itself proposes that it is one of the venues and then there is no prominent place for AI governance in the program of the IGF this year. Just wanted to note this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sina?
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me today?
Yes, we can.
You hear me? Yeah, okay. I just want to support the idea of Lito to have a session that can also deal with the digital trust, with the security, we are just like disregarding the priorities that were submitted in the consultation with the communities. There were 4 sub-themes that we work upon also for the workshop proposal. I think these sub-themes need to be covered in one of the sessions. So probably the future of the internet session can cover the meaningful access and the digital trust in addition to security, and we leave the other, the processes, the GDC, the WSIS for the first session, and we keep another one for the other topics that were raised by the community.
Thank you. Desiree? No?
Okay, I fully support what Jorge said about the processes in New York with AI, and we should invite the 2 co-facilitators for the AI process in New York as speakers for an AI session, whatever we design the session on AI. I think these 2 new processes and bodies, the dialogue and the panel, should be on a prominent place. And this brings me also to the question on cybersecurity. Juan mentioned this, remembering the IGF in 2017 in Geneva, that as soon as it was linked to processes outside the IGF, it got a higher acceptance. And what we have now in the UN and cybersecurity is we have on the in June or July the signature of the Cybercrime Convention, which is a big event, and we should reflect this. What happened with the UN Cybercrime Convention, how to implement it, and I think this should be also reflected in one of the main sessions. And we have the ongoing discussion in the United Nations to make the open-ended working group into a permanent mechanism, whatever this permanent mechanism will look like. But the General Assembly until December 2025 has to decide what will happen with cybersecurity in the United Nations. So I would propose to invite the chairman of the open-ended working group, Bafo, to be one of the speakers, and so that we have these 2 cybersecurity-related UN issues, the Cybercrime Convention and the permanent mechanism in the United Nations, reflected in one of the main sessions. Thank you.
Valeria? No, you don't know your...
Sorry, I just wanted to say that when the co-facilitators, the AI co-facilitator, I think Spain and Costa Rica, when they came to Geneva, we did speak with them, and we did extend to them an invitation for Oslo, and they were quite positive about it. So yes, I think if we get confirmation,
Bruna?
Thanks, and sorry for asking to speak as a non-MAG member, but I just wanted to show some support for the suggestion on a broader AI governance session. I do believe that having the IGF have a concrete mapping and kind of locating itself within the broader AI governance landscape, and not only showing that it can work together with many of those initiatives, such as the data governance working group, also the initiatives emerging from all that, the global dialogue and the scientific panel, would be a great initiative. So just wanted to add some support to that one. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And Desiree?
Yes, I agree with these additions from Bruna, that the governance of new technologies should certainly include data governance and other aspects. However, I'm wondering whether we could merge the session 3 and 5, because the achievements of multi-stakeholderism and the future of IGF 2024, is it already merged? So it's just not clear on the screen. I believe we have merged these two discussions because we can showcase the achievements and we can look into the future into one session. I do not understand focusing on AI only as the future of the internet and internet governance session on its own, as we already have session number 2. So I would suggest to merge 3 and 5.
Anna?
Sorry. Oops. So 2 things. One is about internet governance and to start to use the language agreed in São Paulo guidelines, which is internet governance and digital policy processes. I think it shows for the ones that are not so informed that it's not about internet infrastructure, but of course it's much more than that. And this was discussed and in the São Paulo meeting in Net Mundial +10. And so I think it's the moment to start to use that language that is really broad. So artificial intelligence, if we are going to have this as as a main session, I think it should be better to call it artificial intelligence governance, which should include actually what the previous speakers were saying, that it should include the data governance discussion as well. So I think that we should have that underlined, highlighted. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, João.
And excuse me for taking the floor again, but I think that what Wolfgang mentioned, I think it's an opportunity that we can't miss. If we're going to have here, and Shengetai can confirm that the 2 co-facilitators of the artificial intelligence dialogue that is going to be here, I think that will be an opportunity that is very hard to miss. On the same foot, on the same thinking, what he mentioned, Wolfgang, about cybersecurity. Not only the cybercrime convention is going to be signed, but also the open-ended working group that is happening in the second committee of UNGA. If we can invite the chair of that group to be here and he confirms, I think it's also an opportunity that is difficult to miss. And I can tell you that if that is announced previously, that will create quite an interest from many stakeholders to come here, and not only governments, because precisely in New York, those conversations have been predominantly intergovernmental, so this will be an opportunity for them to engage with the wider stakeholder groups. Just a question, how many main sessions we have to decide on? 3. Okay, that will leave the other one, and I think that also the co-facilitators of the WISES +20 process have been invited. And are they going to Oslo?
There's the Friday session, the high-level session on WISES +20, which they can...
There's already a session on that?
Yes. Mm.
Okay, so...
Adam, are you still there?
I lowered my hand. I said the same things in the chat. Essentially, I think Jorge has exactly the right proposal. Not only does it link to previous IGF main sessions, but it's an ask that we have across this whole internet governance ecosystem of discussions. The IGF has the skills and experience to really provide important input to what's happening in New York, what will be happening at the AI for Good summit 2 or 3 weeks later. So I wouldn't dilute Jorge's proposal. I would take it and work with it, please. And if non-MAG members are this year allowed to participate in the facilitation group, I'd be happy to help with this. It's these issues of internet governance are things we've been working on, as I said yesterday, since the IGF in Bali in 2013. We have a history of it, experience of it, and it's what the IGF community does well. So let's focus on it. Thanks.
Thank you. And we have Wout online.
Yes, thank you, Ole Martin. What I wanted to say is that we have many sessions on AI probably in the schedule already. So I would advise to, if we have a main session on AI, that it is somehow the culmination of many of these workshops in which some form of definite messages are compiled, so that we have a very clear and tangible outcome of what the IGF has done on AI. And then it has a very added value to all the sessions that already were before. On DCs, I think Marcus already said that, but I think that we will have to come up with persons that are available to help assisting the main sessions. So we will try and come up with names as soon as possible after this meeting. So, and thank you very much for including us.
Thank you. Chengita, there is a high-level session on devices.
Yes.
Yes. Will it cover this?
Yes, but we've had talk. There is also talk that maybe one session is not enough to cover the whole topic because it's the most important. So.
Okay. Because we're down to 4 now, and just reminding that this is the IGF, 20th IGF, it's a special IGF. It's important that these 3 main sessions are something that the IGF and the MAG really wants to showcase. This is the 3 sessions we have selected. So if we can go again and we can try to reduce it down to just 3. Okay.
Yes, that was actually also my question. What is the difference between the main session now on VISIS and the high-level panel actually? Because when I read the description of the high-level panel, that sounds like what we have discussed here under the topic number 4. And just to have a duplication of a session, I don't think that that would make so much sense. So.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. If it's going to be a duplication, then of course not. But if we have different speakers and a different angle, then maybe it is useful. The high-level session on the Friday is going to be very high level. We will get the top representative from Norway and also the top representatives from the UN system as well there. So yes, is it worth having another session that will look at it from, I don't know, a more, excuse my wording, but a more working level angle? I don't know. I mean, if you can't, then fine. Let's do something that's not duplicative. Yeah.
Jameson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think what Jan mentioned earlier with regard to reflecting on the role of IGF in WSIS and implementation of GDC is quite important. Please correct me. Did we say we'll make this with main session 3? But we need to have a way to really discuss this as case may be. And also like to offer myself as one of the facilitators for discussion this nature. Thank you.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair. So I do agree with what Chengetai mentioned. You know, there's value in not duplicating the format, and it could be reinforced in our agenda about it. The high level session will be very high level. I did mention yesterday, and I think it's the bullet 4 in the ideas part. I did mention that it would be really useful to have a listening session that actually gives the floor mainly to the attendees, the participants, the people who actually make up the IGF meeting. So I don't know where that could fit in, if that actually matches what is envisioned for, or if it might be something else that, you know, I don't know if this is actually on the prerogative of the MAG at all as well.
That's a good suggestion. That's a good idea. One thing I was actually thinking about is that we usually have that open mic session at the end of what worked well, what didn't work well, and maybe we can turn that, since for this year, into open mic on the WSIS plus 20. That's just an idea. I don't know, because yeah, I think it's more important now to talk about that than talk about, oh, why, you know, we should have more toilets or something. I don't know. Yeah. Did you speak?
Desiree, are you done? Yeah. We have some hands online. On.
React to what Suki said. My proposal 4 is the main thing, as Jameson said it, is the role of IGF. Is that is going to be covered in the high-level panel, which I doubt that it would be covered. I think we need a place where we can showcase the achievement of the IGF and how it fits into that architecture of WSIS follow-up and GDC implementation. Simple as that. That's the objective. If that could be included into that high-level session, perfect, but I doubt it that we will have, as Chengetai said, to go into the details. I can tell you, because maybe we are the internet governance community and we take for granted a lot of things. I can tell you that, for instance, in New York, where the missions of nearly 200 countries are there, IGF is not even well known, and even less the merits that it has. I think that this is an opportunity to try to position the IGF, and now if we could have those officials present there to show them what is the value of keeping the IGF. That is not a done deal. I'll repeat you, see what happened last week in CSTD. So to keep this, and not only to keep, and what value, a lot of value that it adds to the WSIS and architecture, you know, follow-up going up. I don't want to get into the details. I explained it in a document, but one of the main things, IGF is an agenda setter because it's bottom-up. And I think that no other process in the UN or related to WSIS has that characteristic. And of course, IGF has more, has the intersectional work, has the animal rights, has many other things that we need to present in a cohesive way. We have work to do, but I think we have to make a case. That's the idea behind 4. The first thing is the role of IGF, not WSIS. We have one big high level for what WSIS. What we have to focus is in the role of the IGF, as Jameson said.
Okay, thank you. Raul?
Thank you. Suki's question about the duplication and comments also from Jennifer and Chengetai bring us back to the point that I raised yesterday, that it is difficult to program the meeting without knowing more and having some participation in the high-level sessions. There are 5 high-level sessions that cover, as many people pointed out yesterday, cover the most relevant topics. And so we are in a situation where we have to make a choice to duplicate the sessions because those topics are important, or we could coordinate and work together. If not, I feel that working on a minor part of the IGF, and I repeat other concern that we cannot have 2 parallel IGFs. So we need to integrate the 2 things. We need to have people, high-level people, but high-level people to interact with the rest of us common humans that will be attending the meeting, not just for having the discussions and just among themselves. Final point, Chengetai, I like your suggestion that using the open mic session for discussing about WSIS plus 20, but just to talk among us, or we will have high-level people still there to listening, because I think that Jennifer say that it would be good to have a listening session, but I think that we want who we want to listen. So if people, if this
I mean,
is
the
just,
co-facilitators will be there, so the co-facilitators, I'll give it to the man.
This is Deniz Tutar from UNDESA. I think it's a good idea to spread the IGF and WSIS plus 20 throughout the week, because the 2 co-facilitators intend to be there the entire week. So if there is another main session earlier in the week, I think it will be they will be there to listen the stakeholders who are speaking in that session. So I don't know how this session will be structured, but you could definitely consider those 2. And the Friday's session, while it's called high level, I think the intention there is also to listen to the stakeholders. So they will, the 2 co-facilitators will present their own session to listen to the stakeholders. So I think the host country it was kind enough to include this. I think the high level part of the title is misleading. It's also listening the people in the IGF. So giving a continuity throughout the week, I think it's a good idea. It also justifies their presence for the entire week in Norway, and there will also be another, I think, UN agency speaking session. So because we don't want to have all the UN agencies speaking in that high levels, in so-called high level session, and there is no other time for other stakeholders to talk. So UN agencies will have a separate session where they can present their views about the WSIS plus 20. So I think having continuity throughout the week is a good approach.
Yeah. As it stands now, would it be possible to merge 1 and 2? Are the most like suggestions? Because if it's possible to merge my 1 and 2, we would be down to 3. Skal vi ta? Yeah, we have to follow the list here, but let's take some. Where are we? Are we for Jimson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. I do not object to bringing 1 and 2 together at all. And the point I also want to make is that why I like the idea of the open mic, maybe for WSIS plus 20, but it's an open mic, so it should not be close to other ideas. So why it is being introduced, then we can say, okay, yes, we talk about WSIS plus 20, rule of IGF, and so, we also mention other subject matter and any other matters, that people may have, they want to bring on board. So it's very important. Thank you.
Charles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, my idea, if we, based on what we written, to have a substantive track, such as, you know, the healthcare as mentioned, and governance, and a specific substantive track, for me, I see it better to merge 3 and 4, because as everybody said, there is a lot of course, if we keep it 2, it will be much better. But at the same time, we don't want to concentrate about the what's WSIS and so on. There is other sessions on that. So we want to concentrate on the role of IGF for the future into the internet, something like this. Just an idea to put in front of you in case we want to keep a substantive track. If no substantive track, yes, 1 and 2 could be merged. Thank you.
Desiree?
I believe Charles raised good points. Question is from the digital cooperation group, we have 10 proposals, and I wonder whether any of them substantively cover the role of IGF in WSIS and GDC implementation. If we don't have at least 2 sessions like that, then I would be in for keeping that session and merging 1 and 2. Because I think when people think of new technologies, they think of AI mainly, and then quantum, and then robotics, and then everything else. So yes, maybe some feedback from the digital cooperation group. Thank you.
Feedback. As it stands now, no.
And well, it's not covered in entirety, therefore we should keep it and merge 1 and 2. Thank you.
Amrita?
Thank you. I guess we can merge, we can look at a merger between artificial intelligence and emerging technology and look at it in a futuristic way from the IGF's perspective. I had 3 points. One was, you know, when we are talking about getting speakers and making this IGF matter, while I do understand the high-level sessions are really high-level, can we think of elevating the main sessions too, so that we get very good speakers? Because if we want the discussions like how, for example, you know, if we are discussing artificial intelligence and new technologies, and we want to showcase how the various discussions on these at different forums, which is high-ticket item, can be brought to the IGF and discussed as a platform, we would need that kind of thinkers or speakers to come. So even projecting the main sessions as a very big thing may help us to get high-level speakers. And obviously building in from the other discussions we have. For example, if the PNEI is showcasing what is being done to explore the linkages, platforms where discussions, etc., are happening, the main session can build up more on how to elevate it further. On the role of IGF and WSIS GDC implementation, I think following what Kato-san mentioned, the future of internet and IGF we aspire for should be something we need to discuss, not necessarily 2045. And when we are discussing the internet and IGF, as Valeria was mentioning, the linkages between the other processes, etc., should be looked. Because honestly, 2045, I am not being able to fathom at this point of time. I can't fathom 10 years from now also how internet will look. Thank you.
Valeria? Alhaji?
Me, I think we may need to merge 1 and 2. However, the role of the IGF is actually key, because here we are talking about the survival of the IGF for the future. I think we need to be really very realistic on that particular one. Because here, if we are not very careful, the IGF may be overshadowed by the WSIS, overshadowed by the GDC, etc., etc. And we need to reposition the IGF and make it really known and standard on to ensure that we know that the future of the IGF is really very critical in actually what we do. I don't mind, maybe we can bring in its role with GDC and its role with the WISIS, but I think we must anchor it on a very strong foundation to ensure that we can actually show out its importance now and its importance in the future. I think the role of the IGF really needs to come about very, very, very clear. Thank you.
Efran?
Hi, everyone. This is Ephraim. So yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, I was just saying, which I think has been said before I put my hand earlier, which has been reiterated before, merging the first and second session, and then the third session, which I think has already been merged. Yeah, I think that was the thing. They can both be collapsed, and this can be two sessions because they are interlinked. You can't talk about governance of new technologies without talking about governance of AI. Because AI is one, so governance beyond AI. And then IGF, role of IGF and WISIS and achievements, like you can't talk about the role of IGF without talking about achievements. So it's just a subsequent logical step, which would be good to merge and see, and then support the proposal for a third session, which has been put on the chat by Bruna, if possible, bringing back the main session on human rights. That would be good to talk about, especially in light of different trends that have been happening in some countries, global south, some countries regarding human rights and bloggers, journalists being persecuted in the past year or so, which has been increasing based on recent reports by various people. I think. Thanks.
Thank you. Hussam?
Yes, thank you. I agree and support the idea of merging 1 and 2 for one reason, is that if our focus is data, so new technology is for collecting data and enforcing activities. So if we take this merge emerging technologies along with AI, we will focus on governance of data collection, messaging, analysis, and automated response. And I would suggest to be part of the facilitators as well. Thank you very much.
Carol, online.
Hi, thank you so much. So 1 and 2 are completely different, actually. And I think going back to Jorge's point and some of the points that Adam has made very eloquently in the chat, this is a real opportunity. I think every year as a MAG, we have to decide a couple of things, one of which is what is the conversation? You know, what is really driving some of what's happening in the digital space? And I would prioritize number 2, governance of artificial intelligence. And I would work with Jorge, as Adam suggested, to make that a very strong session. If we make that one session very strong and very good, it will bring in a lot of people and will help achieve a lot of things. So that's my first point. Second point, to Juan's point, he's absolutely correct. And this is, in fact, the Internet Governance Forum. And so I think whatever we do with respect to a conversation in the main session on the IGF, it really has to be focused and targeted on that, and has to take into account many of Juan's points. For example, not taking for granted that renewal is just something that happens. This is a very, very different year for a lot of different reasons. And I do think that as a MAG, we do need to prioritize making sure that the IGF is in fact renewed, and that conversation is really strong and specific. There were some points as well in the chat on a session on human rights, and I fully support that. I think if we, you know, that theme is really important as well. I don't know if perhaps we just give governance to new technologies a backseat, or if we take a look at the other workshops that have already, you know, we were complaining yesterday that there were too many workshops on artificial intelligence and new technologies, and now, you know, it's up in the main session. But I would prioritize number 2 and the IGF one in this. So thank you.
Thank you, Gunilla.
Yes, I want to support a number of suggestions about a main session on human rights. And I believe that it's fundamental to as a basis for what we do. And if we take, for example, the Net Mondial document that has the human rights principles as the beginning of the rest of the document. And that's one example. And I believe, and certainly with everything happening globally, and that's all across the world, human rights can be under threat, and we need to ensure we have a good debate about that. It can bring in the dynamic coalitions. There's been one on human rights, and a great booklet was done quite a few years ago. It can bring in privacy and safety. So it has potential to cover across a lot of different topics. Thank you.
Okay, then it's Bruna.
Thank you, and thanks for letting me take the stage, the floor once more. I just wanted to comment on the future of the IGF and the contribution of multi-stakeholder sessions. My main point to flag here is that for the last 2 years at least, we have been doing exactly the same session with a similar framing, right? How will be the future of the IGF in light of the GDC changes back in Kyoto, and also in light of Resist Plus 20 review and GDC implementation back in Riyadh. So my request here would be, if MAG decides to follow with such a session, that we actually build up on the sessions that took place in both IGFs, and we don't do a repetition of those things, because looking back, I do feel that Riyadh and Kyoto had some sort of overlap on the points that were brought up, because obviously we all want to defend and stand for the model and so on. So maybe we can approach that in a different way. And also thinking about Jennifer and others' suggestion of a listening session, perhaps a good item or a topic for us to do a listening session would be the future of the IGF, where you would bring the community to the center stage, have an open mic, and have us telling you guys and secretariats and broader UN agencies what would be the IGF we envision, what would be the IGF in its next 10 years or things like that. So maybe just hinting a couple of ideas here, and also thanks.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think I'm echoing Cheryl a little in what she said. 1 and 2 are actually quite different proposals. And I get the sense, and it's probably the best sort of approach we have, that we're moving towards a merge, or towards not having both 1 and 2. And I think the best outcome of that is simply that we go with 2. I will make a bit of a defense of 1 in saying I think actually it's a really interesting opportunity there to talk about, in a more generic sense, how we approach governance of new and emerging technologies. So whether that's AI, whether it's quantum, whether it's sort of Internet of Things, all of the issues that go along with that, but not in a sort of very specific sense, more in a sense of how do we ensure that we're ready to respond in a sort of agile and appropriate way to very rapid technological developments that have potentially very significant impacts on society. That said, I think it's also perhaps more important that we do have a very focused session on AI governance, which aligns and intersects with the discussions going on in New York, the work going on to develop AI dialogues, etc. So I would support sticking with Jorge's suggested approach there. One thing, possibly, I mean, I think I've said this in previous years, a main session on human rights, I'm always a little unclear as to what that means, because I think human rights is a much more cross-cutting idea. That said, maybe there's the possibility of merging potentially 1 and 4
and having a consideration of emerging technologies and their impacts in a sort of human rights context, or with human rights as a sort of primary consideration in how that is developing. That might allow us to keep both of those in some sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Wolfgang.
I want to echo Juan and Cheryl that Oslo has to demonstrate the relevance for the long-term future of the IGF. Markus mentioned yesterday that the unique selling point for the IGF is the multi-stakeholder nature. It's not a one-stakeholder event. It's not a business conference, not a governmental event. It's not a civil society or academic conference. So, but I would go one step further. I think it's also an opportunity to bring the various silos together. So that means that we all know that the digital political discussion is now taking place in many silos across not only the UN system. So human rights people have their own silos, security people have their silos, digital economy people negotiate in the World Trade Organization and so on. So I think one element is to look to all the silos and to pull the people out of their silos and to say the IGF is a unique meeting place where security people can talk to human rights people, where business, where the people negotiating on the digital trade agreement can talk to people dealing with artificial intelligence in the United Nations. So on our list should be the the special rapporteurs from the Human Rights Council on privacy and freedom of expression, should be the people who negotiated the digital trade agreement in the World Trade Organization. And we all know that the future is, in the future, the Global South will play a bigger role. And now BRICS is chaired by Brazil this year. The G20 is chaired by South Africa. Both BRICS and G20 have digital working groups, and we should invite also the chairs of these bodies to make clear that these various, meanwhile, dozens of international bodies meet in Oslo and have a chance to talk to each other, that they understand each other better. Thank you.
Thank you. Lilian?
I'd initially put down my hand. Thanks, Chair. But yes, I was looking at the topics, and for some reason, I think 1 and 2 need to be merged, because even if we are talking about governance of new technologies, AI falls there. If you're talking about just governance of AI, you're just limiting to the many new technologies that are there. So if it can be embedded within that, I'm still a little bit confused on topic 3, the role of IGF in WSIS, because there was the NRI session. So I don't know if it has been embedded in that, or we are losing the NRI session altogether. It's a bit not clear. I would like to not so much agree with Chris on dropping human rights totally, because if we look at how it is right now, you have AI, which is very specific. You have WSIS that is very specific. Human rights has, yes, so many things that include inclusion, that include misinformation, and all these things are really happening. And we really don't have any kind of sort of platform that we can, talk about these things. Yes, AI can enable these, violations, but I think if we can try to maybe have a third topic, because here what I'm looking at are just two topics, one on governance of new technologies, IGF, which is all these global processes. If we are to put the NRIs into that, then we need to probably be looking at having an additional third topic, which is something to do with human rights, inclusion, and all these other things that may be under attack or that may not be given the global audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Suki?
Yes, I'm in full support of what Chris has said, and actually looking at the topics, I mean, we have to be a little bit careful because it's very much on governance, institutions, institutional setups, etc. So we need something that is more value oriented. So that's why I'm also more. I'm for topic that has human rights in it, but I think, as Chris also said, it's a cross-cutting issue more or less. So I would combine it maybe really with artificial intelligence when we are talking about AI models that are being used that are not respecting data privacy, for instance, and there is no alternative so far except for the French one, Mistral, in Europe. But I think these are the things that we should also discuss. And for governance of artificial intelligence, actually, I mean, it has been discussed so often, and there are so many PNAI. They also they produce reports and so on. So I don't know what is really the value added of having this session. I don't know. I mean, I would rather go for something that really highlights the geopolitical implications of AI, you know, what is happening with Trump and what is also happening in China, and maybe discuss it from another angle. But I'm not sure what kind of new information we could generate from this topic, governance of AI.
Jameson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first and foremost, please to provide feedback from the Digital Corporation. We propose 9, the basic, then another 5. But if we're having a hard break on the suggested workshops, then there is no talk or discussion on WSIS in those workshops, just the 9 workshops, just to provide that feedback to start with. Then secondly, I agree with other speakers, maybe Lillian and others, that 1 and 2, actually, they flow together, even with 4, because Chris, of course, identified clearly that is cross-cutting. So I will propose maybe a topic like governance of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies and the nexus of human rights. So that could cover, 1 and 2, and then the human rights issue. Then thirdly, I really want to find out what is our heartbreak in terms of, or decision in terms of number of main sessions that we want. If it's just 2, then we have the 2 with all the convergence. Then if it's 3, then I will be very open for us discussing those dynamic collation, intersectional work, and even feedback from regional IGF like they did last year. Those feedback were really very good. Okay, so that is my submission for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Amrita, are you on the list? No, you're down. John?
I want to talk about proposal 3. I think as was the proposal of the original one, concise, focused. I think that is being diluted. I think that the way that is shown there is undoable. I will suggest, imagine talking about the future of the internet. That will cover the whole 2 hours of that. And so I think that to keep the NRIs and IGF's intersectional work, of course, that fits because that is one of the things or 2 things that the IGF put in the table for WSIS and GDC implementation. But I will strike out achievement for multi-stakeholderism because it's very theoretical. The achievement is through what the IGF has been doing. That I think that Wolfgang was very clear placing it. So my suggestion, if we're going to keep that together to have the first time the role of the IGF and WSIS and GDC implementation and the end in collaboration with the NRIs and IGF in the sessional work. Because that's to be also, I think in the chat there have been comments of not to dilute the role of the IGF. If we keep all the other things, it will be, you know, the conversation will drift away.
Okay, thank you. Teresa?
Who's that?
Thank you. Is it, oh, this, oh, there isn't. No, it's not me. Okay, it's me. Thank you. So I think we're having a really, really good conversation, and in a way we're I think attempting to cover everything that's possible within a limited scope of time. And so I'm wondering whether we could take a look at sort of the alignment of what Jorge had suggested, and then also Chris. I think that there's an opportunity in relation to 1 and 2 to perhaps look at some integration there. So I leave that, but I do believe that the governance of AI, and then broaderly, that's not a word, but there you go. The governance of new technologies, of which there's a vast amount that are coming to the fore, whether it's quantum computing or a wide range of other things, Bitcoin technologies, whatever it might be, that are going to warrant some sort of governance model more generally. Having said that, and looking at point 4 and the theme of human rights, which really cuts across civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. So there's a broad spectrum of human rights there. While having a separate session is good, I think Wolfgang had touched on also some risks of siloing a dialogue that is actually becoming an integral part of the values that need to be looked at in the context of whether it's governance of artificial intelligence or new technologies, or even the work of the IGF in a wide range of policy issues, whether it's data protection or cybersecurity or any of those other factors that tie in nicely with item 3. And so I'm wondering whether looking at how to integrate the conversation of the principles and values of human rights into the other sub-themes could really reinforce the importance that one has to look at these conversations also with the anchor of the principles and values of the spectrum of human rights that are reflected in the Universal Declaration and the civil and political, economic, social, and cultural rights covenants. So just a suggestion that might help reinforce it as a part of the conversation.
Thank you. Carol?
Hello, everybody. Apologies for being late today. So I have come in and I'm looking at the list, and I must say I'm very disheartened. It's what happened to the big conversation yesterday about grassroots and making it exciting, and these are just headings that we've seen year after year, and which we took a lot of time last year to avoid. And now we're back with these. With human rights, as Chris and many have said, it's cross-cutting. We must remember that this is not a human rights forum. This is the Internet and digital forum. So you just can't put human rights. What is it about human rights you want to talk about? Let's be specific. What about new technologies you want to say? Yes, we want to govern them, but why? Maybe if we go to the why in the description, we'll get something better. The same thing with governance of artificial intelligence. Why do we want to govern it? I think we need to go back to the drawing board in terms of framing these topics. They're just headings. Thank you.
Constance?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm fortunate to speak after Carol because I agree with her points. Looking at the current list of topics, especially in a moment where we want to reinforce the value of the IGF, we want to have new people come to the IGF. These topics need to be extremely compelling and exciting. And so totally agreed on the comments that were made on point 1 and 2 and maybe making them more crisp and combining them. Human rights, I agree, is a cross-cutting theme. And then if you look at number 3, which is a bit different in nature because it doesn't seem to be currently value-led or really a policy theme in itself. I would think that it's important also for newcomers to not feel excluded, and looking at something that says the role of the IGF in the context of the WSIS and GDC, it's important, but it seems very organic. And we know that the conversation is broader. We know, for instance, that the IGF, I can tell you, we held the AI 2025 summit in Paris. There was a lot said about the role of the IGF. There's something about, I think, repositioning the IGF beyond WSIS and maybe extracting the value of its methodology in a time where the UN is thinking about its own reform. How the IGF perhaps is a leading example in reforming how we shape digital policies for the next for the future era or something like that. But I think we have to get some value out of it so that someone coming to the process doesn't feel excluded because it's just all acronyms about WSIS and GDC, but it's value driven. So we have to extract a policy conversation about the IGF. So fully agreed with Chris, Carol, Cheryl, and many others. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we'll break for coffee now and be back at 10 to 12. And then we have some time to rethink and refuel and coffee in and come back with some new thoughts and try to settle this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we continuing the conversation from the previous session? I guess. No, I just wanted to join my voice to the ones who have already expressed support to having dedicated main session on human rights. I think part of the value of the IGF is to respond to the context and to lay down conditions for a better digital future. And in that sense, as I have expressed in the chat, in the online platform, we are facing a very particular situation, not only the rapid change in technological landscape, but also geopolitical rebalancing that have resulted in exacerbated conditions for the exercise of human rights, particularly in relation to specific groups. Gender rights are particularly affected. The same situation with environmental defenders, communities that have been historically affected and impacted in the global south, but also across the board. So in that sense, I think that a renewed commitment to human rights in the digital environment as a message, a very strong message coming out of the IGF could be very important in the current circumstances, which is not mutually exclusive with the possibility of integrating a rights angle in the treatment of the different other topics related to the main sessions. Also, if we look at the role of the IGF in the achievement of the WSIS vision, I think we should not lose sight to the fact that
the role of the IGF is crucial in not only addressing the economic development aspects related to the achievement of the WSIS vision, but mostly the progress that we should be made to respect to the realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms. We cannot address those particularities and the way in which the rights exercise is affected if we don't have a dedicated discussion on it. And let me just emphasize that it is not mutually exclusive with the possibility to also integrate a gender lens, a rights lens and the gender lens in the other topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. I don't want anybody to misinterpret me. I'm not saying that human rights is not important. I'm asking you to frame what it is you want to say or talk about with human rights. I want you to frame what it is you want to talk about for artificial intelligence. What was the other one? What is it you want to talk about with regards to new technologies? You said a whole lot just now. That's not so how are you going to frame that into a heading? That is what I'm saying. So artificial intelligence, it's important. Human rights, it is important. Governance on the whole, it's important. The IGF is important. But we are not framing it in a way where we are going to grab anybody's interest. The role of the IGF and WSIS and GDC implementation. Okay, so GDC, they said, okay, there's a role for IGF. We've had a role in WSIS, but is that all we want to say? We just a role? Come on, let's think, and frame these topics that people will be interested, it'll grab their attention, and we make it great. Okay? So that is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that any of these topics are not important. They are. We just need to find out how we will frame them. Desiree?
Card earlier up. Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the idea of changing the title of the governing of artificial intelligence to something maybe deepening it more, to perhaps say how AI is transforming digital governance, or maybe technology, power, and public interest, to try to encompass other ideas and to have it a little bit, or maybe governing the algorithmic age. We need to define it so that it's more future-looking. So these 2 or 3 would be my suggestions for that topic. On the human rights, I would like ask all the facilitators to ensure there is a speaker who will address the human rights side in each of the main sessions. So perhaps that's how we can get this cross-cutting element and incorporate it in all 3 main sessions. And I'll come back with other themes and suggestions. Thank you.
Cheryl? I know a lot of you are waiting long, but it's a long list, okay? Cheryl?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure we came back to topic 1. I agree, we can always make titles better. I know that you missed the morning session, but Jorge's proposal was a very strong one. And I just wanted to frame for some who thought, oh, this is a boring topic. Many of us spent many hours sort of pushing to include the importance of the IGF renewal in much of what was happening with the GDC. Where we are now with respect to AI governance, the co-facilitators have agreed, I think Chengetai mentioned, or have noted that they'll be at the Internet Governance Forum. It is a golden opportunity for us to have them on this panel, especially given the fact that there have been voices that have lended themselves to support the AI global dialogue to be at one of the IGFs. So I think this is a very important session. It is completely different from session 2. AI is not a new technology. If we want to talk about new technologies, we can focus on quantum, we can focus on other things. And I would, in fact, tie these new technologies to access, because access and the digital divide is still a critical issue. And I think, I don't have a good title. I don't know how to name nail polishes very well either. Someone else can come up with a title. But I think if we're truly going to talk about new technologies, quantum and moving forward is sort of where the discussions are at these larger global conferences where businesses are showing up. Okay. The third one, I think Juan had a number of good points, and I want to pull it back. Again, I don't know what you talk about, but it behooves us, since this is a critical year for the IGF, to really focus on what we talked about yesterday, the value, the uniqueness, the unique role, and why it should be, why the mandate should be not only extended, made permanent. And so I think that's a really critical conversation, and the title does need to specify how we intend to shape that discussion. Those are, for me, 3 very important buckets. Human rights, again, an extremely, extremely important bucket, and it is cross-cutting, but it does also deserve its main session. And I really appreciated Valeria's points in the chat. I think she's raised some good points there. How we sort of move all 4, I don't know. It's a tough year because we can only have 3. But I just wanted to lend my comments to that, and I wanted to make sure that Jorge and Adam also, I know his hand had been up very long. He was trying to piggyback on some of the things that had been said. So thank you.
Thank you, Olga.
Thank you, Chair. While I appreciate very much the idea of having a human rights main session, I would like to understand more the insights of this session. I would also like to have this cross-cutting idea of human rights in the other 3 sessions, as the importance of bias and algorithm influence on freedom of expression and privacy and many other things that are important for human beings. As for the role of IGF in WSIS and GDC, it's not easy to find a catching name because it spans people. People go away from these acronyms. So I would say something around value of dialogue for an open and interoperable internet. I don't know if this is exactly the idea, but I think focusing on the value of the multi-stakeholder model for the preserving an interoperable and open internet is crucial. So maybe that would be an idea to have a catching name for the session number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Yes, yesterday we did speak a lot about the value proposition of the IGF. So maybe we can work in the term value or value proposition into that. So, okay. Suki, the hand down. Okay, Chris.
Caught me by surprise there. Thank you. So I'm possibly echoing a little bit what others have said. I mean, I think we do need to go a little back to first principles here and think about what we hope to achieve with these sessions, and that should frame how we develop them, how we sort of finalize them. I think the number 1 on the governance of artificial intelligence is the clearest sense of we have a strategic goal with this, and I think Cheryl spoke very clearly to what that goal is. This is about positioning the IGF in the ongoing evolution of AI governance structures and models, where we believe that the IGF should have a role. So we need to make sure that this, I think I said in the chat, lays the table for that eventuality. The number three, I think also, we have a relatively clear idea of what we want to achieve here. And that's about sort of selling the IGF and its need to continue in the future, but also looking at how we know it can and should develop to continue to fill an important role. I think the one other point I'd wanted to make, and a bit echoing what I said earlier, we need to also think about the different physical layout that we have in these rooms, because the main room that we have is not going to be conducive to dynamic conversation with audience members, participants who are not on the stage. And that's fine, that's an approach, but if there are specific sessions here where we feel it should be a more dynamic conversation and discussion with people, then maybe we need to look at using the second room, which from my understanding has a little bit more opportunity for that, and use that first room with its big stage, bright lights, sort of showcase quality in a more deliberate way to frame or set the stage for some other discussions maybe down the line. Thanks.
Anne Rochelle?
Thank you very much, Carol. Good afternoon, everybody. I heard everyone, and I think I just want to concentrate on the part that is about AI. So maybe it can give us a way forward. I'm not sure, but one of the things that has come out, as Jorge and a few others said, is that out there, governments are really looking for a roadmap on how to govern AI. And they don't know how to do that. So maybe this one session can be termed, I don't know, roadmap to governing AI. With like sub-themes that would go into infrastructure and energy in the age of AI, funding capacity building for AI for good, governing data in the age of AI, HR, and human rights in the age of AI. So, so that those main themes can be addressed by people that we can identify in a big panel and really foster some discussion in the main session that will give us somewhat of a tentative ways of getting out of this, responding to what the GDC is asking for and governments are asking for. If this is really what we want to do to stay relevant. So, and I think we can go practically the same way for, the rest of the sessions that we're trying to couch, find something really to respond to the questions out there, from GDC to, all of the other UN organizations that are actually part of this, all the way to audit. But yeah, I think it's really important that we show that we are responding to the questions that they have right now. And this came out clearly into how they count GDC, Summit of the Future. It's all about the questions. So how do we respond to that? Thank you.
I like that angle, and I just want to add, maybe if we don't use roadmap, we can use terms like framework. And to the list of things that you'd put under there, I would like to add, and this is something coming out of the open consultation, the corporate social responsibility. So we're not only talking about governments trying to develop any type of governance for the country or legislation. We're also talking about government and their social responsibility. We're talking about private sector and their social responsibility. So if we can work those in there. So that is one angle. Thank you very much. I'm just going to divert for a second to let a non-mag have a say. Adam, is your hand up or down?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, you're speaking, or thank you, it's down. Adam? It's down? Okay. So, Bruna?
Thank you, Carol. Maybe two questions, and I'm sorry for being repetitive over here. For the roadmap, I on the AI session, I think that the value of such a session would be to try to do a heat map of some of the places and spaces for AI governance discussions. I know folks have been active on the G7, G20, BRICS, and a lot of debates around that, and AI is across the board. So the IGF being at its best behavior and using the convening potential we always had would be a good added value for this session. A question I would have only on the other debate that was referring to the role of the IGF is again how it would be important to think how do we make this a even more relevant session that's not a repetition from previous years and also allows for the community to speak. We have been considering a lot of like high level kind of people and types of sessions and so on, but thinking about the role, it would be important to have maybe an extended space for the community to speak or an open mic sort of things to be taken into account for this session. And lastly, I added two suggestions for possible human rights debate that would be around some let's say influence by the shifting landscape, the shifting global landscape on human rights, and perhaps even something that would be an IGF protocol for protecting digital rights in times like today. So just raising those things up, and thanks a lot, Carol.
Thank you, Bruna. That helps try to better frame the topic on human rights. Thank you very much. Hassan?
Thank you. I think for the main session, there is two main topics that we need to focus on. One related to the role of IGF within the global digital compact landscape. And this is related to processes, integration, the whole puzzle that we discussed. And the other one is related to AI and emerging technology and the governance of policies from a multi-stakeholder viewpoint. The difference between the summit, the AI summit that took place in Paris, and what we need to show is the viewpoint of the other stakeholders. And this is a very important topic to discuss. AI or emerging technology at the end will be either collecting data, analyzing data, or automating results. And in all cases, we are facing a lot of challenges related to personal rights and community rights. And this is where the human rights come. This is where the sovereignty of countries come. This is where the power of large organization, large corporate comes. And this is a huge discussion that shouldn't be just multilateral, that should be taken into a multi-stakeholder approach, at least for the governments to listen to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Hands still up? No? Okay, good. Jennifer, hands down? Okay. Okay, so right up and now we have, oh, sorry. I have Jorge.
Thank you, Carol. So Jorge Cancio, Switzerland. Just was thinking about the conversation on having more accessible titles. And I understand that, and I'm referring now to session or to topic number 3. And it's true that it's the original version has too many acronyms. It's a bit insiderish. At the same time, the new title is quite long and very vague and open. It doesn't make reference to the IGF directly, which is, I think, what Juan and others were suggesting from the very beginning. So I posted one possible idea in the chat, in the line of saying, okay, IGF at 20, 2 points, like digital governance powerhouse. Where do we take it from here? Which is, I think, a more accessible way of framing the discussion. But we talk about digital governance, we talk about the IGF as much more than an event, as a powerhouse. So we can look back at what we have achieved, but we are also looking forward to the future, and there we can make reference to all these acronym processes, WSIS plus 20, and all the improvements like the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines. So I don't know if that's helpful, if that rings a bell. Of course, the English could be improved and made even sexier, but I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to just take Wout, and then we're going to start making some decisions and cleaning up. Okay, Wout, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Carol, and good morning. As I was going through that, listening to the whole discussion this morning and yesterday, this is about showing the world how relevant the IGF can be. And that's why I agreed with your starting comment, Carol. We want to show what comes out of the IGF and what the added value is, and exactly where our messages should be landing, and not just on the IGF website. So that is something that we need to think about as well. The second comment I want to make, we have established that the intersessional work will contribute to these sessions. And I'm not going to mention them for time's sake, but just going through the Dynamics Coalitions list of where we have 32, there's at least 6 or 7 that are very relevant to the points that we have here, the 3 sessions that we have here. So I would suggest that we, in the coming few days, have clear who can contribute from these dynamic coalitions in organizing the sessions and what it is that they can actually contribute, so that it's clear what sort of messages we'll be sharing from our intersessional work at a very early stage organizing this. So that's, I would like to invite the MAC to reach out to us and work together so that it's clear what our contribution can be. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Carol, and I wish you a lot of wisdom with the decisions.
Thank you, Wout, for that insightful. Okay, so Desiree, are you up or down? Because I just, okay. So Desiree will definitely be the last one, and then we go into some decision making. Go ahead, Desiree.
Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. So I like the suggestions that Jorge had just said, trying to build on some language on it. And I'm thinking I like maybe the sound of what's been said, like digital powerhouse and in action, IGF at 20. I like also what Wolfgang said earlier, breaking silos or breaking barriers and building bridges, IGF's role in global digital transformation or cooperation. So I'm trying to come up with a shorter but more impactful one. But I think the digital powerhouse in action, IGF at 20, is very, it resonates quite well. and then looking forward, either the evolution of multi-stakeholder governance or the IGF's role in digital transformation also seem to reflect what we are trying to encompass here. Yeah, some suggestions. Thank you.
I like that. Only one word came to my mind. I like the IGF at 20, the powerhouse, IGF at 20, leading the whatever. So terms like that. Okay, so the first decision we have to make, we have, I think, 4 topic areas on the board. How are we going to get that to 3? So that's like, oh, okay, plenty of suggestions. So there. Oh, okay. So I think Flavio was first, then Jinson, then Chris. Then is that up or down? Oh, wow. Writing. So let's get that order again. Hold on a sec for me. It was Flavio, Jimson, Chris, Charles. Anybody's online? Yeah, good. All right, go ahead, Flavio.
Do we need? Thank you, Carol. Do we need to bring them down to 3? Because if the third topic there is the one in cooperation with the NRIs, then we have additional main session. Then we will have 4 and not 3. Is it the same? We have been talking about doing this because the idea from the NRI's main session is very similar to that. So we should not have 2 main sessions addressing exactly the same issue. So we should merge them, and then we'll have an additional slot.
So are you suggesting we take out 3 because it's being covered somewhere else?
Suggesting that 3 is the same as proposed by the NRIs, that we do it together. 1 main session addressing those topics of the future of the IGF and GDC and Business Plus 20, because this is in the proposal from the NRIs. So this would be the same main session. This means we would have then an additional slot available.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to clarify again what I said at the beginning. So the NRIs have run their consultations. Takes time for a group of 176 NRIs to consult their committees, come back, and the group, decided by consensus. And they decided that they would like the NRI's main session to be focused on the multi-stakeholder approach to digital governance in the context of these processes that I've mentioned, such as the GDC implementation, WSIS Plus 20, Net Mundial principles, and also the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Now we are in a process where the group is working on narrowing down the focus. We want it to be issue-focused as much as possible. In 2016, when at the time the MAG chair led the MAG to a consensus to approve the NRIs to have the main session, it was agreed that the NRIs will co-organize their main session, respecting their working modalities in cooperation with the MAG. So there's always been that open invitation by the NRIs to work, to the MAG to work together. And I understand that's the approach this year because nobody called for any changes before. And the network has worked with that understanding from the beginning of the year. So I'm just saying this because of this word of merging. When you merge, that means that you are changing the nature of this NRI session and potentially changing the nature of what they already decided through really several weeks of consultative work. So that's where I would caution a little bit. I know that Olga at the beginning said that the focus of the first topic is different than initially what I spoke about in terms of what we know for now that the NRI session will be. So I think it would be good to get some clarification whether these 2 proposals are essentially different. If they are identical, then of course the MEG is invited to work with the NRIs as equals, respecting the NRIs working modalities. But if there's a proposal to merge with something new, then I cannot speak for the network. I have to consult the network and then communicate to the MEG what is the view of the network. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That puts some clarity on it. I think we have seen and we have heard over the last few months the importance of the NRI and all the intersessional work. But since we're talking NRIs right up and now, so if we do a merge, I would agree with Anya in terms of MAG working with NRI as opposed to trying to change the direction that they've been working on for several weeks. Jimson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Aya, for that clarity. I think we should just, leave this NIR to really display what they have. It's a great value to us. It's a great value to us, really. So let's leave them with the intersection and let them have their own session. As I said before, I really loved the session last year when we got feedback. What are these regions doing? And it's an avenue for peer review. Even countries will review what they're doing through that. So it's a great value. We should not lose it. So let's leave them, have that main session for them. Now, 1 and 2, I still feel we need to merge it. Because artificial intelligence is still an emerging issue, to be frank. We are in the industry, we even feel artificial intelligence is like an application. It's like part of action line C7 that talks about application. We are in the coding environment, so we know what is going on. So it's like application. And so when we talk about quantum computing is more of like infrastructure that even blow up artificial intelligence ramifications. So they are all connected. Even cryptography is all connected. So when we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're also talking about emerging technologies. And Madam Chair, please pardon me, I like the word governance. Whenever anybody says governance, they are attention, okay, especially government. We should not lose that keyword, governance, whatever. But governance, when they hear governance, anyway, from my perspective, it raises a flag that I need to pay attention. Thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Carol. So I'm going to be ornery and disagreeing with people on this one. I think the approach that Anya laid out is not ideal. Maybe it's what we're stuck with, but it's not ideal, because what we have here is the MAG essentially not having control over the session about what is kind of most essential to the IGF. Because I think people are absolutely right. We can't, if the MAG comes in with its own main session on future of IGF, role of IGF, it will be completely duplicative of what the NRIs have proposed. But what I'm hearing is that we also, if we want to merge or do something with the NRIs modalities mean that we basically just have to do what the NRIs have suggested. That's fine. We can do that. We can leave this to the NRIs. But it seems to me very odd that the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the IGF would not be the convener of the session on the future of the IGF. And that's kind of the situation we're left with here. On the point that Jimson was making, I really say I think 1 and 2 are not the same thing. There is a point on 2 which I think would be really interesting, but perhaps is not something we have the space for a main session of. And it's about, and I'll read a little what I put in the thing. It's how do we manage governance of rapidly emerging digital technologies which have potentially massive social impact? And that's a really current issue, and it is including AI, but it's also covering a lot of other technologies that are coming online very quickly and that governments and regulators are trying to respond to with governance, but are doing so in ways that either don't address the dangers or have unintended consequences that can impact on privacy, can impact on rights, can impact on innovation. That's a really important discussion to have, and maybe it's one that we should have a more dynamic discussion about, so maybe not a main stage one. AI governance has progressed beyond that. It's progressed beyond that because it's already now happening at a UN institutional level. It's happening at a government level, in regional, in national governments. And we're talking about the actual structures. So that's actually a discussion that's moved beyond that more generic discussion of emerging technologies. And I think it is important that the IGF be engaging with that very specific AI governance discussion, because we want the IGF to have a role in those processes and in those structures going forward. But I think it means that, well, I mean, even from my perspective, thinking that number 2 there is a very important discussion. If we were to merge number 2 and number 1, I would basically want to see number 2 disappear and really focus on number 1, governance of AI and what's going on right now in that AI governance discussion. So I'm not sure where that leaves us, other than to say I think we need number 1. I think we need number 3, but I would like to see the MAG have a bit more steering ability with number 3, and I'm not sure how that can be reconciled with the approach that Anya's talking about here. Thanks.
Can you just repeat the line that you had for number 2 so Celine could capture it there?
I can send it to Celine in text.
Back to Jorge.
Yes.
Okay.
Jorge had the flag up and it's now.
Jorge, your flag is up or down? Down. Okay. Charles?
Thank you, Chair. In fact, I agree with Chris that 1 and 2 is not the same. And I think for me, it's already 3 main sessions, because as it's written even on the document, human rights is cross-cutting. And based on what you mentioned when you start, that we can ask the 3 facilitators of the 3 sessions, I mean facilitators, to make sure that they include the human rights aspect in their subject, because it will be dedicated to, for example, as we mentioned, governance of artificial intelligence, how this will affect maybe human rights, something like this included in the main session, to have it as a cross-cutting as mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, so I agree with Chris regarding 2 being different to number 1, and if we do not have a 2, then we may find ourselves next year or year after trying to catch up to something that we missed this year. So I think we need to be upfront, because there are a lot of new technologies coming on that affects human rights, but AI just seems to be the biggest topic. So let's draw attention to the other technologies, so that, you know, IGF is about talking about what's new, what's coming, what's there in the future, not the distant future, that it's very near. So now the human rights, I agree. We need to make sure that in the description that goes along with this, and we don't want to let the human rights aspect disappear, because really everything about these, well, the 2 topics mainly, the 1 and 2, it's about humans, it's about us, it's about how we will live, or how we're living now. How are we going to live in 2045? How are we going to live in 2045? How old am I? Yeah, so I'm Rita, Raul, and Teresa. Oh, sorry, Zhao. Sorry, wait, Zhao.
heard all the debates. It's fabulous, very, very good discussions. And I want to echo Chris' point. I think AI is so important this year, particularly considering we should link with the GDC implementation or something. And also, I think AI is not a single technology. It's an integration of different new technologies. It includes data and perhaps or something. And also, it's part of the digitalization process. It's not a single technology. It's an integration of different technologies, though it's not, they have kind of overlap. So I really agree that 1 and 2 could merge, and we should have some focus. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for giving the opportunity. I may sound unpopular at this point of time, but the IGF also should be discussing existing issues. We have 40% of the world not connected yet. We are not discussing access at all. Zena has been kind of raising it. But similarly, the rights of digital people online, as Valeria mentioned, is important. When we are discussing governance, yes, it needs to be cross-cutting with rights, but when we are discussing, say, for example, AI governance, we may discuss about transparency, algorithmic accountability, etc., but we may not be touching it. And today, when there are many rights which, like, for example, if you're talking about inclusion, if you're talking about diversity, which are being questioned, long-fought rights, I think some conversation there, because this will affect the way we look at the future, 2045, etc., is important. It may not sound so popular with everyone, but perhaps we need to consider IGF is not only for future, even now. We don't have 40% people. We are not discussing access. What about rights of people who are not online yet or something? You know, perhaps the session which Valeria is saying could also include that inclusion part of it, but we shouldn't forget that aspect. So perhaps if you're talking about, I would still say if you're talking about AI, we could also talk about emerging technologies with it. It's not same, but we could still, if we have to make 3 sessions, obviously role what IGF has been doing, WSIS and GDC is important, but somewhere rights of individuals, you, me also need to be discussed in this changing landscape.
I think that, like human rights, access is cross-cutting, also inclusion. It's a big issue for AI in terms of access, in terms of inclusion. So access is also, it's cross-cutting as well as inclusion. All of these things have an implication. New technologies, there's an implication to sustainability, environment, human rights, all of these things. So again, how do we frame it so that persons know that we are considering what is a hot topic or a hot concern to people? So we talk about human rights, we want to keep it people-oriented. When we do these things. So I hear you when you say access. Where are we losing track of access? Are we losing track of the digital divide? No, those things don't stand on its own. All of those things are being affected by the AI, the new technologies. Desiree? Oh, are you up or down, Desiree? Okay, Teresa.
So I think we might have an opportunity to look at how to reinforce the cross-cutting aspect of the human rights principles. And again, going back to my earlier comment, the spectrum of human rights aspects is reflected not just in the Universal Declaration, but the two covenants as well. And in that, they are core and fundamental values that are reflected and need to be reflected in the governance of whether it's new technologies or AI, or even on item 3 on areas of work that have occurred within the IGF. And I wonder if one avenue might be for us to look at what some sub-bullets are for 1, 2, and 3 that could also ensure that we're reflecting the discussion of core principles and values that are part of looking at those governance mechanisms. Because if you look at the governance of AI, for example, it is how do you ensure that you're bridging the digital divide, that you're not going towards inclusivity or exclusivity, I'm sorry, that one does allow for economic growth, that one does allow for the freedom of expression and other core principles. And if one is a corporation or a government and one is looking at these themes, I think a reminder of what are the principles and values that need to be reflected in this, including human rights principles that different governments or entities have signed on to or corporations are looking at as part of their public interest responsibility, are good reminders to have in those conversations specifically, and could be helpful for the entities as they look at the governance themselves. I think, Carol, you've identified this and perhaps some others, but maybe if we look at the 3 main substantive areas, and then how do we integrate core bullets underneath each of those that are themes that really should be reflected in the conversations, including the human rights elements. Maybe that's one path forward.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Raul, then Bruna.
I think that almost every topic could be considered as a cross-cutting issue because this is a complex matrix. So everything is connected with everything. So it's true that human rights is a cross-cutting issue, but it's also true that we can put human rights in a prominent role in the agenda. It remembers me the first few years of IGF. There were a lot of discussions on how to address the issues of human rights in IGF. Sometimes we consider that as one of the main points. Other times we manage that as a cross-cutting thing. I think that if I understand what Valeria has said, and I support her view that there are at this moment challenges on human rights that are coming from emerging technologies, but there are other challenges that are coming from the context, the political context. So things in which we thought that we had made significant progresses with regard to the rights on digital spaces and digital space, that now we are realizing that the progresses were not as solid as we thought. And so I think that it deserves to be discussed as an important point. I think that that's exactly the frame. So we don't need to find a more sophisticated way to frame it. And one point that I have a question that could sound a bit stupid at this point, but why do we have the limit of 3 main sessions? It's a matter of rooms availability, or it's a matter of that the agenda is already very compact and there are no space on the agenda? Because I'm seeing that we have 5 sessions on NRI's 5 high-level sessions. Why we are limiting this specific aspect of the meeting schedule? Probably Maybe I should know the answer, but I'm not sure.
Why are we limiting the main sessions? Is that your question? Yes. Because we only have one room where there's full interpretation, and one room where, and that same room is the only room that is also broadcast on UNTV. So that's part of the answer. I don't know if somebody wants to add to that.
If I may just add a few other things. So we cannot put any main session on day 0. Main sessions are supposed to take place after the opening ceremony. And the hours are, for example, also different than the one from last year. We are ending the IGF at 5 p.m. So that already restricts us a little bit. And then we also have, as Chingatai mentioned, in the plenary hall, we do have, for example, interpretation services, sign languages, the UN Web TV, which is not available in any other room. So this is why the main sessions taking place in the plenary hall have a limited number.
Can I react very quickly with a second part of my question? So that's what are the other activities that are competing by the same room?
So, for example, you do have one high-level session on each day, and then the intersessional work. Intersessional work, not all sessions of this intersessional work can be put in the plenary hall. Some have to be allocated in the conference hall, and also there, for example, these sessions will not have interpretation services, will not be live streamed, and so on and so on. So we gave priority to the main sessions. And also something, the closing ceremony is taking place a little bit earlier compared to the years before. So that means that on day 4, for example, we won't have space to allocate, for example, a main session.
Okay, thank you, Bruna.
Carol, I'll be brief just about number 2 in the human rights session. So my main concern with number 2, the governance of new technologies, is that the way it's framed right now, you can talk about literally anything: satellite, interplanetary internet, you can talk about quantum, you can talk about robotics. So my question for the MAG would be, what is the added value of hosting a session like that? And would the IGF have the potential, the capacity for harnessing those technologies, even though they're still underdeveloped and in the development, and even though we don't know what's going to be the long-term impact of that? And then maybe one way of like flipping that would be to talk about governance of new technologies, but talk about ensuring human rights as kind of a design aspect of those new technologies, and making sure that those that this is held as a value or overarching principle for that. So that's one thing. About the human rights session, I do understand, as Raul said much more eloquently than I would, they can be argued that it's indeed a cross-cutting topic and so on, but unfortunately, I do think sometimes that this kind of argument is a little bit more global north kind of focus, right? Because in the global majority, you still have a lot of communities, groups, countries fighting for their rights and fighting for the right to be, available online, for the right to have privacy and to resist human rights abuses practiced by governments all over the globe. So in light of everything that's going on and the challenging geopolitical scenario that we have seen since January this year, it would be very interesting to hold a session like that, just so we could, make this kind of renewed protocol and also convene a lot of other actors that are also working on behalf of human rights. And it would also offer a good chance for the MAG to rebalance the point that was raised yesterday about the lack of diversity on the organizers of the workshop. So this could eventually be a session that brings in a stronger global majority perspective to the IGF and on behalf of human rights. So yeah, just adding that. Thanks, Carol.
Okay, so we've, right. Where did it finish this off? Okay, so we will break for lunch. And I want, I don't know if you want to go back into your little groups over lunch and try to,
And also, I think Celine has something to say.
okay.
So just also to add on something that also Chris said before, in case the session number 3 goes to the conference hall, that would take away a workshop slot, but it would give another slot available in the plenary hall for a 4th session, in case you would like to proceed with a human rights focused main session. But again, also not to forget, the session number 3 that would eventually take place in the conference hall would not have interpretation, neither UN live streaming, and so on.
Just a follow-up question on that, Celine, actually, and I don't know if it's my own comprehension problem, maybe I'm slower. Building on what Raul asked, I understand that there's that room that has all the interpretation, but is it only the 3 slots for main sessions? There's only 3 main sessions throughout the entire universe of the agenda, because I'm hearing, of course, the intersessional works also have it, right? So that would also be potentially scheduled in that room. We're hearing visibility from what the NRIs have decided. We haven't heard yet from the other intersessional works. If they have topics that match what we're saying here, can the Magnat work with them to do this so we don't have to fit everything into 3 slots, so we can work across the agenda in a holistic way?
Then you can, it's not a my session, your session. You have to look at it completely and see what.
I don't know to what extent it can help, but the draft schedule that I shared yesterday on the screen, I know that this is not a document that you received, but I can also share it so that you have a better overview of it.
Okay. Right, so Cheryl and Zhao, I do see your hand, but we're going to break. When we come back from break, we have the joint session, and I don't know, maybe we'll be able to skip the afternoon coffee so that we can clean this part up. But I want to encourage you to take part of your lunch break to go back into your groups and really come back and clean up these things so that when we leave here, we know what we're doing. The main sessions.
Main session, we did when we will negotiate.
Have a great lunch. Yeah, lunch and then we're back.
Message from Eleonora saying that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can you hear me,
Yes,
Vint?
now we can hear.
Great.
Yes.
Okay, so persons are just coming back in from lunch.
Oh, so I
yeah.
myself. Okay, well, that would
Yeah.
be not an unusual thing. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, now I
Okay.
see Carol is there.
Yeah. So whenever anybody has a mic, then it'll switch to them. Okay. So I'll put Shangatai in charge of raised hands. So he's back as well.
So, well, I'll wait for your cue, Carol, about whether
Okay.
we're ready to start.
Sure. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the joint LP MAG meeting. We have the LP persons online, and I'm going to hand over to Vint. Vint, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Carol, and hello, everyone. I wish I could have been with you in Geneva, but here I am in my basement in Northern Virginia. We've just had a chance for the LP to discuss preparations for the IGF meetings coming up in Norway, and also preparations for the WSIS Plus 20 and many of the events that lead up to that. I think in this session, we'd like to get an update on the second open consultations and what has been happening at the MAG meeting. So LP is eager to hear from you what you've been discussing. And then we'd like to talk a little bit about our collaboration between the LP and the MAG in preparation for IGF in Norway, and also subsequent events coming up in the remainder of 2025. We've set up quite a few action items for ourselves in the LP meeting preceding this one, and I'll be happy to summarize that under the any other business section of this agenda. So floor is now open for discussion on the second open consultations, and I'm not sure who will be able to present that because it isn't me.
Okay, I suppose that'll be me. Let me just get my notes. Okay, so we started on Monday. The host country provided an update on the current state of the IGF 2025 preparations, highlighting the host country's Day Zero sessions and its governmental inclusion. You know, from the community, we had a request that we try to get government engagement on a higher level. So the host country organized this for us. I don't know if Tuan or Ole wants to say. Ole?
Yes, hello there. Well, we're on the Day Zero. All sessions has Norwegian government involvement, and we're trying to invite also governmental representatives from other countries, and also in the high-level session throughout the week. So we have a clear strategy of trying to get as many as possible. Sorry. Thank you.
So following that, we had discussions not only for the governments, but to also get the media more involved as well, and things like preparing probably a brief for them, a package for when they come in. There was also a mention of probably trying to have an IGF booth so we could highlight. So maybe some of the things that we were talking about in the LP meeting with regards to doing videos, we could try to, if we do get a booth, to try to run those. So the community was also told about the high-level tracks. We had some interventions from our partners like UNDESA, UNCTAD, ITU, UNESCO, ODET, and they provided briefs about WSIS Plus 20 review process, the GDC implementation process. So we were very interactive with those and got some good conversations going on there. What else did we do? The community had their chance to voice what they think the topics and the conversations should be about at IGF 2025. That brings us, I think, to today, where we're trying to finalize the main sessions that the MAG usually organize. So that was quite lively today, and hopefully we'll have that rounded off. So that's pretty much the IGF 2025 preparations that we have done so far. Vint, are you mute?
Right, I was
There
muted.
you go.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for that summary. And second, to all the MAG members, thank you for what has to be an extraordinarily compressed level of effort to try to organize a meeting in half the time that we normally take. So just on behalf of the leadership panel, huge thanks for the efforts that you're putting into this. It's, as all of you know, a pretty important IGF meeting because we need to persuade many people, particularly in member states of the UN General Assembly, that the IGF is worth keeping and enhancing. And our consistent and persistent message from the leadership panel is basically that we should not only keep the IGF, but make it permanent, make it funded as part of the UN budget, and expand its functionality for the benefit of all the member states. So much of what we talked about this morning is aimed at that objective. Is there anything else about the MAG meeting that we should discuss, Carol, or should we go to the next item on the agenda?
We could probably take any hands from the MAG. I see Lito. Go ahead, Lito.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hi, leadership panel. A big hello from Geneva. I have a question I wanted to share with you. Some time ago, we used to have liaisons between MAG and the leadership panel. For some reason, we stopped with that. I wanted to ask if you see any value of recovering or restating that communication mechanism. And maybe more important than that, have you thought of having any type of liaisons between the leadership panel and the GDC implementation or WSIS infrastructure, whatever comes up, in order to have the bodies of the IGF and the GDC WSIS teams align? Thank you.
So this is a very good question, and I thank you for bringing it up. We had been, I had been seeing our interactions with the MAG strategy group as a kind of form of liaison, because our focus of attention has been very much on how to help the IGF survive the WSIS plus 20 and thrive thereafter. But your point's very well taken. If you, for example, see utility in interactions between the leadership panel and other members of the MAG besides the strategy group, I'd be happy to consider that. I see Chengetai had his hand up, so please go ahead, Chengetai.
Thank you very much, Vint. I would also have thought that it was clear that our chair, Carol Roach, was the main liaison between the MAG and the leadership panel. We had the liaisons because the previous chair was, for different reasons, unable to effectively represent the MAG on the leadership panel as such. But yes, again, if you feel that more is needed, we can always discuss. Yeah.
Well, I will take that as an item for consideration, and we will come back to you with some suggested actions. I think Carol has been an extraordinarily effective member of the leadership panel. I want to thank her for double duty as chair of MAG and also as a representative on the leadership panel. But I think during the, as a result of our efforts in WSIS Plus 20, that increased interaction between the MAG and the leadership panel will almost certainly be beneficial. So we'll look for ways in which we can pursue that. Are there other comments coming from the MAG?
All right, thank you. Sorry, I saw Lisa had her hand there as well, but I'll say quickly. I think there has been some really good engagement between the leadership panel and the MAG. I think we could certainly see a little bit more. I think we're very open to that as the MAG. Certainly, I am. I think there's also been some really good interaction between leadership panel and the MAG working group on strategy. I think one thing perhaps that I and my fellow co-chairs of the working group strategy have been aware of this week is we're stretched pretty thin as the MAG working group on strategy, and we probably need to get a little better ourselves at prioritizing and making sure we have the capacity to actually fulfill what is people are asking of us and expecting of us. I think we want to make sure that we can deliver on promise in that regard, but that probably means some prioritization is necessary. I think other than that, we're sort of very much aligned with what you were mentioning, Vint, in terms of this year being essential to sell the IGF, essentially, to highlight its value, to ensure that the delegates going into the WSIS review are aware of the IGF's value and how much it contributes to the goals of WSIS. And I think we've had some good discussions this week about how we can do that in this year's IGF program. I think we've been very aware of the constraints that we have. There are fewer sessions, and we're seeing that as a chance to really focus, but we also need to make sure that we have diversity, not just in terms of stakeholders and regions, but also covering the many different topics and issues that are important in the current environment. So that's been challenging, but I think, as Carol says, we're on a good road to having that ready by the time we get to Oslo. So thanks. Good to see you all here.
Thanks so much for that. It's Vint. I'm very encouraged about what you had to say. I wanted to mention to all of you, I think we can move to the next topic unless there are other interventions. Lisa has her hand up. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Vint. Lisa Four from the leadership panel. I think it's important we talk together, but I think Carol has been a very good liaison between the leadership panel and the MAG. What I'm a bit sorry about is that we haven't been able to meet in person this year, and I think these in-person meetings are important because that's where we actually exchange and get a bit more of informal interaction, whereas these meetings are a bit more formalized and we don't get as much out of it as when we meet in person. So what we should aim for is maybe, and I don't know if that's possible, if people are going to the WSIS Plus 20, we could have a joint meeting there. But just an idea. But
thank you, Lisa. I take that as a reminder that when we can meet in person, there's alcohol involved. And sometimes that facilitates all kinds of things. I'd like to move on to...
just a moment. We have two hands in the room. Two?
Oh,
Three.
okay.
Yeah,
Please
two.
go ahead.
Yeah. Wolfgang and then Teresa.
Yeah, thank you, Vince, and thank you for your engagement and support. And I did see that the leadership panel discussed the funding of the IGF, and you mentioned that it should be
get a substantial part from the official fund from the United Nations. We discussed also the funding question here, and we also discussed that the best solution would be a mix of funding, that the IGF not becomes dependent just from one source. And we discussed also, how to strengthen the funding from the private sector, and we should look for reasonable ways to approach the big beneficiaries from the internet, and what the IGF has done in the last 20 years to promote an open, safe, secure, and interoperable internet. And so we hope that the private sector will make bigger contributions in the years to come. Thank you.
So thank you very much for reminding us about how important the funding is. There's no question in my mind that the Secretariat should be operating on at least a $3 million a year budget. I tried to help with that this year by supplying $500,000 from Google, which is on its way to the IGF Secretariat. But I like very much your idea of blending private sector and public sector support for the IGF. I think that one way to achieve that objective is outreach to the private sector. We spent our morning discussion, my morning anyway, discussion today talking about our interactions with member state representatives. But your intervention reminds me that there is a private sector out there which has benefited enormously from the presence of the internet, and frankly from the IGF, because the IGF has had a very direct effect on internet's evolution. So I like your idea of highlighting the opportunity that the private sector has to support the IGF work, because whether they realize it or not, they have benefited from it. So thank you for that reminder. We'll take that under consideration as we compose messages to various targets. There was a second hand up, I think, Carol.
And now a third, Teresa, and then Jimson.
Thank you very much, and it's great to see everybody online. Welcome. Certainly echo what Wolfgang had identified, and I think one can take a look at also, allocations per stakeholder group, and maybe getting within the MAG members of the different stakeholder groups to reach out to those different sectors to try to see whether one couldn't reiterate the importance on the funding. So I think that's a very good direction. I was actually putting my hand up for something that I was going to put under AOB, but Lisa had really flagged it. The importance and the ability to meet face to face. It allows us to have the pragmatic conversations and take a look at some action items around that. So certainly would welcome a resource permitting an opportunity, at the WSIS meeting itself. And the other suggestion might be that in looking at the preparations for the IGF, the MAG has been very focused on the agenda and the preparations of the agenda. But some of the pragmatic discussions about an IGF we want, some of the pragmatic steps around funding and what the future looks like for a long-term sustainable model, I think are also conversations that will come up at the IGF itself and the opportunities afterwards. And so perhaps there's an opportunity for the MAG, either in parallel or together, or opportunities with the leadership panel to take a look at trying to meet resource permitting after the IGF as well, to look at those pragmatic next steps and actions that could be taken coming out of Oslo or coming out of the Norway meeting. And that might occur perhaps in New York and in Geneva, resource permitting as well, so one really can create some awareness around the issues at hand and the dedication and commitment to bringing this to the future and having a long-term sustainable IGF. So just food for thought, resource permitting, that we could do that.
Thanks very much, Teresa. Resources, of course, being the gating factor for almost all of these things. One thing I would like to observe for your information anyway is that the Internet Society has taken some interesting steps of late to reposition itself as a philanthropic organization. All of you are well aware that ISOC is funded heavily through the public interest registry that runs the .org top-level domain. They have brought in an ISOC Foundation lead. Chris, wow, I'm just drawing a blank on his name. Why am I drawing a blank? Because I'm getting old. Is it Christopher Wood? Have I got that right?
Locke.
Oh, Locke. Thank you, Christopher Locke. His idea, or their idea, is that rather than its historic position, they're treating the ISOC Foundation as a partner with other philanthropic organizations. So they are becoming more visible within the world of philanthropy and looking for opportunities for joint funding of various activities. And it seems to me, Teresa, that some combination of ICANN and ISOC Foundation might be the beginnings of a way of creating resources for the sorts of things that you're suggesting. And because of the ISOC Foundation's initiative to draw other philanthropic resources into the operation, we might actually find a much richer environment, literally speaking, for the effort that you're describing. So hopefully we'll make some progress there. I'll certainly bring that up with Chris and Sally Wentworth at ISOC, and perhaps the ICANN Foundation could equally engage.
Jimson, then Desiree.
Thank you very much, and greetings, Insav and the leadership team. This is just to say +1 to what Wolfgang, Teresa, and of course, Vince have mentioned. But just to specifically say that when we are talking about the funding, yes, not only government and private sector, but technical community. But the civil society, I don't know whether they can be part of that. But principally, when we're talking about funding mechanism, which is important in the new, if IGF renewed, we trust it to be renewed, the emphasis should be, yes, government funding, private sector, and technical community. And Vince, I like the idea of I can play some supporting funding role, and we will see what we can also do in the community, the ICANN community, to push that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that encouragement. I mean, it seems to me in the vast scheme of things that a $3 million budget should be achievable. But then I suppose we've been saying that to ourselves for the last 20 years. Then we're saying it again. And maybe this time it's more likely. I think the importance of internet has surely grown over time, given our daily dependence on it. Carol, are there any other hands up?
Desiree, just to add on to this good conversation that we're having about the financial support of the IGF, I'd like to add maybe an innovative idea. Not so innovative, but we've seen it works elsewhere. Because as we look towards the future of the IGF, we agree together with the leadership team that it's really timely to secure the sustainable funding. But also to craft this new novel and compelling narrative. And what I have in mind is really that we've seen so many pledges in support of the IGF throughout the last 20 years. In-kind support, support pledges towards, NRIs, IGFs, and the global IGF. The 3 million budget probably does not include the host country fees, but it might. I'm not familiar with the budget line, but I think we could use the IGF to really have a session to address the pledges towards the IGF. What more can we pledge to ensure that the IGF continues to be well-resourced and a trusted, forward-looking space for digital governance? So we all pledged our time in kind support, but it could be even a budget item and a line accumulating all this work from 2006 as to how much has been pledged towards it and what we need to go forward. Thank you.
Oh, that is such a good idea. Thank you so much, Desiree. We definitely should have a session during the IGF on the funding question. And looking for various and sundry ways of encouraging pledges that are realized by the community. So as you put together the program for IGF Oslo, could you allocate some time for a discussion on funding of the IGF? Could that fit in? I guess that's a question for Carol and the rest of the MAG.
We always do have something.
Yeah, so this was discussed earlier on, but I think what the MAG wants is to have some way to get more people to attend and engage within that session. So we do have a funding session at the forums. Yeah, we do. But I think it's not really
it's not public.
Open and public. Is it open? It's just the donors.
Yeah, we open it to donors and people who are interested in donating. So, but it's not like a public meeting as such, because we really want to get down to the business of raising funds, not answering questions that don't lead to that as such.
Well, it's Vint. I recognize the utility of having a focused meeting, especially with potential donors. I do wonder, however, that Desiree's point, as I took it, is that maybe a broader recognition of the need for the funding and it's where the sources have come from would be useful. So maybe we should think about having something that's a little more open. I'll leave that as a discussion item, I think, Chengetai. But I do think that having a broader exposure of the importance of the funding and the level of funding might be useful. So perhaps that's something we could discuss further.
This is just a funding question. No, that's what I'm just asking. Is it on the same topic?
It is.
Okay.
It's brief.
Okay. Go ahead.
It was just to say, well, certainly +1 to what Vint is saying here. I think having a session that is public and perhaps uses that second largest room that we have, the more roundtable plenary room, would be really valuable. I think we can frame it, not necessarily, it doesn't have to be purely IGF. I think we can look at funding for the IGF and NRI ecosystems, because I think this is something, a challenge that all of these multi-stakeholder mechanisms and structures are facing. And so if we can start to share some ideas, best practices, approaches on, what works, what doesn't work, what might work, I think that would be a really useful session. I think it would be something appropriate for the MAG to lead on the coordination of. But yeah, so I'm happy to +1 that and be involved if I can to help.
Thank you for volunteering. Go ahead.
Yes, we can discuss, and yes, whatever helps is the most important thing. Yeah.
Jorge.
Thank you, Carol, and hi, Vint. Hello, leadership team. It's good to see you. Good to see you again, even if it's just virtually. I just wanted to follow up on part of the conversation we had in February, where we discussed the importance of engaging early on with some of the key people in New York. So I was wondering where you stand with the contacts with +20 co-facilitators, with the president of the General Assembly, and also the incoming president of the General Assembly, which might be a European minister who is still in her office. But I think these would be important contacts to spread the word about the IGF and its role within the WSIS framework, as most probably the framing of the discussion will happen sooner than we expect. It will most probably happen in May or in May, June in New York. So it's important to reach out to them and also to some of the key delegations, for instance, the delegations that coordinate the different regional groups. So I just wanted to share this with you and also see where you stand with such efforts that we started to discuss in February. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's actually the next topic on the agenda was certainly included that. So let me tell you where we are. We just concluded our discussion.
Sorry, Vint, I don't know if Maria Fernanda, she had her hand up, so I don't know if she wants, before we move on. Maria?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carol. I wanted to go back. My mic was not working. I put a message on the chat, but it's about the communications. The June meeting, it's really key in sharing strong messages around the renewal of the IGF and positioning the IGF as a unique convener that can meaningfully support the implementation of the GDC and the WSIS plus 20 outcomes. And the IGF Secretariat kindly shared yesterday the latest versions of these two documents. So we all at the leadership panel would be very grateful if we can consider those documents as final, because these two documents will be key in supporting our outreach in advance of the IGF, and they will help us communicate in a clear manner and coordinated what we see as the future of the IGF. With those documents, we can craft the messages and we want to pursue that we want to pursue as outcomes from the WSIS plus 20 review. So both documents reinforce the Internet with One document that we jointly prepared last year, as well as the work and report of the IGF working group on strategy. So in order to be able to proceed with the messaging and all everything that we have discussed about videos and how we're going to transmit these very crucial messages, we need to have those two documents approved today, please.
So thank you. That's actually what I would have brought up. So thank you very much, Maria Fernanda, for outlining these plans. Here's what we would propose to do. We have two documents which we have discussed this morning. One of them is the IGF Leadership Panel WSIS plus 20 priorities, and the other is the Leadership Panel Outlook for IGF. Those documents we would like to finalize and distribute to the member states, in addition to which we would share the Internet We Want paper and, as Maria Fernanda mentioned, the MAG strategy document, both of which are relevant to the preservation of the IGF. We also have started working on a draft letter to go to the member state representatives in the UNGA, drawing attention to the IGF and its utility and the importance of its persistence. We would share with them the documents, the 4 documents that I just referenced, in addition to that cover letter. On top of that, we also discussed the possibility of producing a kind of video messages that would come from the internet community, talking about the importance and utility of the internet in daily life. And by this, I mean to include not simply, your personal lives, but your business lives and your activities from day to day. The idea here would be to let people speak for themselves about the utility and importance of the internet from day to day in their educational lives, in their governmental lives, in their business lives, and of course in their personal lives. So I'm going to prepare a very short video inviting input along those lines. Maria Fernanda and others have been very vocal about presenting messages that people can relate to, as opposed to a lot of policy documentation, which loses people's attention very quickly. So I will be issuing an invitation by way of a short video to send short video messages to be collected by the leadership panel, by the Secretariat, for use in persuading member states that the internet and the IGF are important to their country's interests. So that's kind of a quick summary of where we stand with regard to communication with the member states. So we're open to comments on those plans.
Desiree, is that an old hand or new hand? Okay. Suki, then Olga.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to reinsure that GIZ made an offer to the IGF Secretariat to support the development and implementation of a marketing campaign in the amount of up to 50,000 euros. So that would be very helpful, I think. But what we also would need is some commitment and ownership of the IGF Secretariat and the leadership panel, because GIZ cannot act in an empty room, I would say. We are producing videos and so on. We can also get an external consultant or company to support that, but we need some commitment or steering committees. Just one person, nothing formal, just someone who can just take our products at the end of the day.
That's a very generous offer and much appreciated. It occurs to me, I don't want to put Maria Fernanda on the spot here, but she's been the most vocal person for personal communication about the importance of IGF. I don't know, Maria, would you have an interest in helping shepherd this idea?
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much for that. I know that that you are a great fan of personal storytelling, as far more compelling than anything else that we've ever tried to do. So we'll put you together with this very generous offer, and we'll see what can come out of that. Some of the videos, if we get any from my call for contributions, might contribute to that as well.
Leadership panel, hello, Vint. Hello from Geneva. This is Olga Cavalli. You mentioned this, hi, Vint, communication about for the member states. I think it could be very important, because one of the things that we hear sometimes at the national level, especially talking with governments, is which are the outcomes of the IGF? Why should ministers or presidents should attend the IGF? So one page or 2 pages with some concrete outcomes of the IGF. For example, all the activities that are a spin-off from the IGF, regional IGF, national IGF, schools of internet governance, impact on the academia, that are concrete examples that help not only the technology companies in having an open and interoperable internet, but also the countries, and also the basis of importance of the development of policies at the national level. So this is the source of information. So that, but it should be, I imagine, something very brief, like very impacting from a visual point of view. It could help talking with decision makers and high-level policy persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. As a person who's been conveying the importance of the internet for many years, I appreciate this suggestion. It occurs to me that we might turn this around for a moment and imagine for a second that you are the president of the country, or the prime minister, or the representative of science and technology, or economics, and someone is trying to persuade you to come to an IGF meeting. Let's turn this around and say to those high-level people, this is an opportunity to have some influence on the people who actually make the internet happen. And so that's a different rationale for showing up. It's not that we need you to show up so we can tell you something, but rather we need you to show up so we can hear from you. And I wonder whether that might be an attractive way of bringing high-level participation to the IGF. We need to hear from those people who set policy, what their concerns are, and they will be speaking to the people who effectively make the internet happen. So I don't know whether you would agree with that perspective, but that might be another way of selling people on attending.
Okay,
General,
thank you,
yeah.
Vint. I'm mindful of time. So Winnie will be the last person before we move on to the next agenda item. Winnie?
And hi, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm grateful to the leadership panel. Thank you for what you've already discussed. I've been following for the last 3 days, and I am really happy that in terms of communication, it's really important to be able to tell our stories much better. And how better can we tell our stories by us communicating the positives or what we've been able to achieve maybe in the last 20 years of this great community. What has, like the previous speaker just mentioned, the School of Internet Governance, in terms of technological interoperability between the different stakeholders and even the communities that we've been able to create along the way. And Vint, I really appreciate that you did speak to telling that story and being able to do with videos. And like last time, I did mention, let's go out on TikTok. I hope to see your videos, Vint, on TikTok. You explaining why why IGF is great and how your journey through the years of being the father. And I'm happy if there's an opportunity to be able to partner with you, especially from the Africa IGF. We can partner with Maria and her team. We can be able to put up this whole and package the whole communication presentation in terms of videos. And I'm hoping that even you, as the MAG, as you're seated there in Geneva, that maybe some of you with the help of the Secretariat, you can take small videos, which you can also use them to buttress the whole communication channels that we're going to, and the communication packages that we're going to send out to the various stakeholders and to the various member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winnie. Just thinking a little bit about Africa, it's a remarkable collection. Is it 53 states now make up Africa? And they are so diverse. I think hearing from that broad audience how internet has made a difference and whether it has made a difference is very important for all of us. So I hope that you stay very actively engaged and contribute to this effort to get messages out that are resonant, as Maria Fernanda says. The personal stories are the things that really grab people's attention. And so looking forward to contributions coming from you and others. Carol, it turns out that we've actually been talking about the next agenda item already.
Yes,
So I'm not sure that if there is any other business, of course, we can turn to that. But it feels to me as if we've covered quite a bit of the 2 agenda items that were specifically on our list. But let's make sure the floor is open for any other interventions that people would like to make.
Okay, sure. We do have one hand in the room. Vint, I hope you're ready to go viral on TikTok. Are you prepared for all of that?
I actually have a TikTok account, believe it or not. I think I might have used it once, and it was because a 13-year-old girl insisted that I had to have a TikTok account. And so the only video there is my interaction with her. It had not occurred to me to add to it, but since that's a very common medium these days for younger people, and as Maria Fernanda keeps reminding me, the younger people have very different interests and very different ways of communicating than old people like me. So it's very likely that that will be one of the avenues through which our IGF messages will flow. I see there a hand is up, but
yes,
I don't.
we have 2 hands, Giacomo, and then Juan.
Ciao, Vint. Giacomo here.
Yes, lovely.
We wait you for the next PNMA meeting. But the question now is concerning the PNMA. As you remember, we are accumulating this repository of best practices and good policies for meaningful connectivity. And the idea for this year is to use the opportunity in Norway to focus on some of the best of these practices that are more replicable around. And we need the leadership panel support in order to bring these examples to the right people, for instance, at the European Union, at the African Union, et cetera, in order to submit to their attention and to see if there is room for adoption. Can we count on your help on that and the help of the group of the leadership panel? Thank you.
Yes, of course. If you'll provide us with the material that you'd like us to draw attention to, I'd be happy to help with that.
Thank you very much.
Well, hello to the leadership panel and Vint. I wanted to talk in this agenda item 4 about the collaboration between the leadership panel and the MAG during Norway, because we've been discussing here the way of advancing during the IGF in Norway, the case for the IGF renewal, or even to make it permanent. You mentioned during first intervention, and also Maria Fernanda, that the leadership panel is also working in that direction. And we were considering different options here, even having a main session for that purpose. I would like to see if you could give you some thoughts, or which way do you think would be the best to use the IGF in Norway to advance this message for the IGF renewal in the UNGA in December. Thank you.
So 2 things occur to me right away. First of all, as you know, we will be providing to member states materials that I described earlier, the intent for which is to argue in favor of persistent IGF. And so that information will go out surely by May, if not before, to the member state representatives. At the IGF itself, a session ought to be focused, as you suggest, on IGF's persistence and arguments made there that we can codify why the IGF is needed on a permanent basis as part of the UN structure. One of the things that we are suggesting is that the possibility that not only the NRIs but possibly even other organizations like the ISOC chapters could engage in helping each member state understand the state of internet use and implementation using the metrics that the UNESCO has developed. Some of you will have seen the first version of that, which seemed to have a very, very large number of metrics. That's been revised to a smaller number. The idea, of course, is that parties like the IGF, regional and national IGFs, the Internet Society chapters, and others could engage in executing those measurements and providing that information to member states for their information about internet use in country. So it seems to me that we have at least 3 opportunities here. One of them is our immediate communication to member states. The second is to have a session at the IGF on this topic of utility of the IGF. And then finally, as WSIS Plus 20 unfolds, the GDC itself is another place where IGF can be helpful. Not only the metrics that UNESCO suggests, but other observations about GDC implementation could be provided by IGF members for the simple reason that they are experiencing the GDC in person and in each country as it evolves. And so we're making the argument that the IGF is the natural place for assessing how well the GDC is being implemented and how much of it is being implemented. So those are the 3 areas where I think that, that we as IGF and LP can contribute.
Okay, so there are no more hands, Vint.
I see that Aubrey is agreeing with the ISOC chapters and the Rome and Romex metrics. So thank you, Aubrey. We appreciate the support for that.
We had a hand go up, TT.
Thank you, Carol, for giving me the floor. Just, I think it's important that we have also a session on the IGF, on the program. Maybe we didn't discuss this too much, but on how the role the IGF could have in GDC implementation. I think this topic and also the other one related to the integration of the GDC in the WSIS, I think it's an important topic because they are both very close related. So I've seen the main session we are discussing this morning, but I think this needs more attention. I mean, as it's something that also is being discussed here. So maybe there should be a specific session in order to collect input on how the IGF could really bring value to the implementation of the GDC. I mean, so I think it's important to have a specific session on this. I don't know if it has already been planned. I mean, I didn't follow any discussion on this.
So it's Vint. I certainly think that having a session that includes discussion about the GDC and our ability to observe its implementation is a good idea. We might incorporate in such a session a broader agenda beyond just GDC, I think. Although, are you saying that you think that the session should be exclusively on GDC, or do you think we could have a broader view of internet, which is more than GDC, as you know?
Yes, I think we should have a broader session, I think. I mean, so I'm saying this one, but it's important to have one session that is talking about this specific subject.
In fact, in general, we might say that such a session addresses the question, why is the IGF important to the member states? And GDC is clearly among those things because it's intended to be implemented. But I think we have a broad role in terms of internet implementation and use across all of the countries of the world. So that session we could take the output of that session and share that with member states to help them understand why it's important for IGF to be persistent and continued. Chris, I see, do you have your hand up as well, or is it just happens that the video picked you up? Well, it's nice to see you anyway.
I think that's it for, yes, that is definitely it. We have no hands here, online or in the room.
So thank you so much, Carol, for organizing this part of our meetings today. And again, thanks on behalf of the leadership panel for the incredible work of the MAG in organizing the Oslo meetings on such short notice. I'm really looking forward to those events, and although I may not be there in person, I will certainly be there online and trying to do whatever I can to help IGF survive its WSIS plus 20 examination. So meanwhile, I hope the rest of your meetings go extremely well, and the rest of the day as well. And I hope, since it's late in the day in Geneva, that you have a pleasant evening, and that perhaps a little alcohol will help lubricate your discussions.
Are the documents at a point where we can circulate to the MAG?
Yes, they are.
Okay, Eleanor?
So thanks, everybody. Bye-bye for now.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks,
Thank you
Vink.
very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vink. Thank you all.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Vint. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I'm hoping that whilst you're at lunch, chewing on your lunch, you were chewing on your words, and we're ready to take just topic headings. So we're going to do like last year. We're just going to make sure that we get the topic heading completed. Then we will ask persons to volunteer to help flesh out the proposal. We actually created like a workshop proposal, prepare what that session would look like, speakers, possible policy questions, things like that. So for the next 15 minutes only, we're looking at topic headings. No discussions unless we're discussing changing a word here, tweaking it here. So I'm going to probably ask Celine to put up again. And let's take three, probably three suggested headings for each one of the topic lines that we have there, and then we'll go and narrow it down again. So let's start with assuming that we have agreed that these are the areas that we will concentrate on. So did anybody come up with some? She has some up there. Oh, you can see them clearly? Oh, you're only seeing me, sorry. Okay, there you go. Okay, so some headings for number 1. Remember, headings only, no discussions, just headings. Go ahead, Cheryl. Well, just give us your heading, if you have a heading. Okay. Anybody with a clear heading for, oh yeah, it's not showing. It's not showing, Celine. We only just seen a blank. Okay, there you go. Okay, can you make it bigger if possible? No? Okay. This is the artificial intelligence one. Yeah. Go ahead, Cheryl.
So right before lunch, there was a conversation in the chat, and we were able to chat with respect to the second topic of merging, and I'm not proposing a title, but I just want to get us all on the same page, merging the idea of advanced technologies with respect to access and rights and inclusion. And so I just wanted to
put a placeholder there for that.
Okay, so I need somebody who's in the conversation to say we want to merge 1 and 2 together, and this is the topic heading that it's going to go under.
No, it wasn't a merger of 1 and 2. It was different. I'm talking about number 2. So there were 4 up. We can't see all 4. We see 1, 2. 2 talked about new technologies. 4 talked about human rights. We had a discussion around how the impact of new technologies directly on human rights, access, inclusion, to flesh out that title under number 2 to include human rights, access, and inclusion, because that is a bucket. And also in looking at, I didn't have the sheet before that lists the days and I see each day is titled. It looks like access and rights is actually the title for one of the days. So it seems like it would flow that way pretty naturally as well. So that was the conversation. Is that right?
The day has a title, so multiple day, but if you look at the log schedule, the log schedule which has been shared is universal access and digital rights. Day 2 is sustainable and responsible even innovation. Day 3 is on digital trust and resilience, and day 4 is digital cooperation. So if we have days which are earmarked as themes, the logical conclusion is we work on the themes, but I don't know where we are, how we want to do.
Well, to me, it's basically the same thing. So you could say we want topic 2 to be under day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then give me the heading. Okay, so now notice that Chris gave you a baseline for that. So you're saying you want to kind of tweak because he tried to include what you're saying, but he used the term social impact. So you want to change that social impact to say human rights or human-centric, human what? So repeat what you said and we will put it there. So he had changed that whole governance of new technologies to how do we manage governance of rapidly emerging digital technologies, which have potentially massive social impact.
Carol, when we saw the sheet now, what we all discussed before, after seeing the sheet, we are all a bit confused because if there is already an established theme of the day, we should go with that theme. So we can tweak the words and come up with a catchy title, but we need to be clear what we want. If we are going by the theme of the day, the MAG can work with the themes of the day. But currently, if, for example, we decide upon 3 of the things and we try to place it on day 1, but day 1 is access and rights, it will not gel because the host has thought about it in a particular way and the days have been themed. So that's the confusion now of the 2.5, 3 hours we spent.
Okay, so you're saying that this topic cannot fit into any of the days?
It can.
Okay, so which one?
No, but then the headings will not work this way. The headings
Let's just deal with one at a time. Chris, go ahead.
There we go. Okay. Just giving us a break there. No, well, I mean, I think it is really valuable that we now have this spreadsheet which shows the layout of the days. And I think this is coming back to the point I was making earlier about we need to have a holistic view on the program, because obviously there are, what we have in this spreadsheet is the program for the plenary hall and the program for the conference hall. And so there are clashes there that we need to be aware of and understanding. Now, I do think, I mean, building on what Cheryl was saying, and perhaps in agreement with Amrita, we could certainly repurpose that governance of new technologies to have a focus on rights and sort of what those, what governance approaches mean for rights. And it could fit into day one under that universal access and digital rights theme. I don't, off the top of my head, have a catchy slogan for the title, but I think we can work that out in the organizing group. Looking at this, that could fall in the plenary hall in the last plenary session of the day. That could work. It certainly doesn't duplicate the high-level session, which is there on digital public goods. So yeah, that would work for me. I'm not sure if others feel
Okay,
similarly
Cheryl?
positive.
I agree. Don't have a catchy title, but do think that it connects the need for access. I think having that conversation is really important in one of the main sessions, and it ties in with respect to inclusion and also ties in with respect to human rights.
Great. So one main session down, and persons will volunteer to clean it up and get a good title. Agreed? So you see, Selena's put day one. And the theme is being included from day one, which is human rights, access, and inclusion, right? Mm-hmm.
Suggestion is that the subgroup which worked on rights, digital rights and access evaluation could take on that if you want.
Yeah, you would know what topics have been done. Okay, great. Now let's move on. What else did you chew on over lunch? Lunch is 2 hours. Go ahead, Raul.
No, just a question. That's the following two paragraphs are just information guidelines. Okay, we will develop that. But okay, because Valeria is not here now, I'm sure that she will want to add something. Yeah.
We're going to send it out.
Good.
Okay, good.
Just to be.
So, right. So moving on. So you want to scroll up, Celine? So this is the question I'm going to put on the floor. Did you find any place to put AI? The day. AI, the artificial intelligence. Okay, so let's put that day down on there. Jennifer?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you also for sending the block schedule. This makes everything a lot clearer, for me at least, and as for some of us as well. For day two, it looks, and I'm looking at the block schedule right now, so that's I need the visual. If we put the AI concept into day two, the main session, there looks like there's 2 more sessions there in that main plenary room that's tentatively labeled intersessional work. Do we have any idea what that is? Or is there any update on what that might be so we can be a little bit more holistic when we think about our title and how it ties in to the rest of the plenary room day on that theme? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so these are just blocks for the intersessional work, so policy network on artificial intelligence, internet fragmentation, meaningful access, cybersecurity, and the NRIs, as well as the DCs, which had traditionally a session in the plenary hall.
just respond. I appreciate that information, but my question really is when, again, we're shaping the main session here. I guess we're looking at day 2 because that's sustainable and responsible innovation. Makes most natural sense if we're going to put a main session dedicated on AI or governance or AR or all of the above on there. But for us to make sure we don't overlap, we need to have some clarity on what happens after, unless you're telling me whatever we set here will then be, there will be a reaction from them to avoid what we do.
Yeah, I was just going to say that that is going to be what we're going to take. The Secretariat will look at the same view that we're taking with regards to this is what is happening on this day, this is what's happening on that day, and try to fit persons in. Okay, Cheryl?
I'm not very good at titles, but I thought I would throw out a title just to get the conversation starting on AI, and I'm happy to help with working on this as well. What if, well, AI governance, building a global roadmap towards best practices?
Okay, so we've had a starter, we've had the main course, and now let's go to dessert. So where are we going to fit the next one? Mm-hmm. Pardon? We only have 3. Okay, so this was the little controversial one here. Not controversial, but are we going to, I suppose, Anya could jump in with this one, or IGF. We really only have 2 then to plan, as opposed to helping with the third one? Or is it this and the NRI, number 3, that's on the board?
Internal consultations with the scheduling master. My understanding is I'm really not clear, but I know that what I said, that the NRIs, keep this open invitation to the MAC to cooperate on a session which will look at the multi-stakeholder approach to governance of digital technologies in light of the current processes. And so if this number 3 speaks about that, then fine. But if it's a new proposal and a new proposal to the NRIs to merge with something, then I cannot speak for the network before I consult them. And for that, I would need at least 24 hours.
To get clearer in my mind, do we have another slot for number 3 outside of NRI if we don't join? Okay, so what we need to do then is to formulate something that is different to the NRI. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Everybody got that? Okay, go ahead.
One is to propose something different and the other one is to take the lead on proposing something to the NRIs. We are here trying to figure out how to close the agenda. I don't know that they could be here too. I don't know. That's the thing that we have to move forward. So we can make a proposal of what we want to achieve with the session and talk to them. I think that's it's unlikely that they will say no. That's I don't see any reason.
Okay, so before I hand over to Chris, in light of, sorry, I see some hands online, sorry. In light of the schedule that you've seen, have you come up with something that you think you would like to do outside of number 3? Just leave number 3 to the NRIs, even though the NRI is only, yeah, they're talking about multi-stakeholder, as opposed to maybe we might have discussed, what was the word? I can't remember, it wasn't leading, but powerhouse, IGF. So go ahead. So we're going to do, Chris, Cheryl, is that an old hand? Yeah. We'll do Chris, Marcus, Hussam.
Okay. Thanks,
Oh,
Carol.
okay.
I'll be quite brief. I mean, what I'm a little concerned about in looking at this is the block schedule, because the day that is themed digital cooperation is day 4, which is only in the morning. Now, in the first session, we have a high-level session on WSIS plus 20, which I think will be an audience getter and should be. In parallel to that, there is this intersessional work session, which I guess could be the NRI thing on IGF. I think that is not something we would want to see. You know, I don't think the MAG has interest in going against a high-level session on WSIS plus 20 for a discussion of IGF future. What might be a possibility is looking at the day before. That's the Digital Trust and Resilience themed day, but also looking at the last session there is the LP event. I think that's another one we probably wouldn't want to go against with a session on IGF futures. So looking now at the block agenda, I'm a little uncertain where we would put something usefully here that wouldn't sort of detract from audience share and something else that's important.
Marcus?
Thank you. Just to repeat what I tried to say this morning, I think if you go ahead with this session, I think it should include all the intersessional components, and definitely the DCs would be interested to be part of the session. It was very much, I think, what Lito proposed yesterday, to have a session with all intersessional components to discuss this. Thanks.
Thank you. Hussam? Oh, sorry, Juan.
I don't know if I got it right. We're now talking that the NRI, we're going to have a different session than the one that was proposed of the role of the IGF. It's going to be separate, or it's going to be one?
Sorry. I think we're at the point where we're saying we're leaving that totally to the NRIs, and we're looking for a different session.
And so the different session, I'm in line of what Chris says. Yes. And following what you saw that the leadership panel and Vince Sir said about that, in a way we have to tackle the survival of the IGF. I think that in a way relates with the WSIS, how it's called, the WSIS session there, but it could not be in parallel. I think it had to be either before or after. So it could be a possibility to do like in Chess Castle, you know, in a Roque, to put the WSIS the day before and put this in the end, sort of a closure to have this message going out that the IGF, the message, I think we need a session that has the message that the IGF needs to be kept. That's the whole point. We will have to see where to put it, how to name it, and what content and what speakers to put in. But that's the objective. The objective is to put out the message that the IGF is valuable for WSIS, for GDC, that should be kept, that should be funded, and all that should be in one place. And we could, of course, for the design of that session, we can ask the leadership panel. You saw Vint that it's online on that, and Maria Fernandez online with that. So I think that that's the session that we want. And I am still thinking that whether it's better to put it before the WSIS special or after. My preference will be that this should be the last one, to keep the message in the mind of everybody and also to be able to react to whatever comes in the WSIS session. That's what I think.
What we're trying to say is that we already have a few groups talking about it. We have the NRIs talking about it. We have the LP or whoever talking about it. And we don't want to then add another one because then it'll be a IGF business forum as opposed to so Cheryl.
I wanted to take a crack at another title, if that's okay. Not trying to, for the human rights and access session, enhancing human rights through digital transformation. It seems like maybe it could pull in access, it could pull in financial, it could pull in some other areas as well. So I thought I would throw that out there for consideration. Thanks.
Okay, so do we have any takers for the third main session? What day did you say, Chris? I forgot. That was the day before. What was the title? Digital Trust? Yeah. Digital Trust and Resilience. Not anyhow, I don't know. TikTok, we have 2 minutes. I
think we should come up with a name, do my session, your session, and what silos which we don't want.
Oh, sorry, Hossam, I forgot you. Sorry. Sorry. And he just said, just now, good thing you left your card up. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wrote it already in the messages, so I was just suggesting 2 titles, one for the artificial intelligence and one for the emerging technology. So just for you to review and see if it is suitable or need fine tuning or change. So for the emerging technology, I was saying governance of emerging technologies, balancing different stakeholders' digital rights. And for the artificial intelligence, power and ethics for equitable knowledge. Ethics for equitable knowledge. Back to you.
Teresa.
I kind of like that language as a proposal, but I haven't thought it through entirely. But I like what's under. I think it's language and a title that would attract a wide group of interested parties. And oftentimes, if we use certain words and titles, it can throw people off to not attend or to attend, but I like the phrasing there that is reflective and maybe speaks to a wider audience that would come and attend, which in the end, the title is our objective to attract people to come. What the content is of course then the sub-bullets of the themes that make it then very relevant so they walk away with something. But you want a title that's going to speak to the widest audience possible. in my opinion. So I do like it. Sorry, not well thought through, but there you go. I like it.
Raul?
I'm fine with the two proposals for session one. I think that both of them are good and much better than the original one. With regard to the Hassan proposal on governance of artificial intelligence, I will beg you, Hassan, to disagree, but I think that should be more explicit about governance instead of ethics. I think that we are losing. This is an invitation just to speak about ethics and the policy discussions that are happening at this moment are much broader than that. And I think that we should try to capture everything that is happening, trying to synthesize that's the different processes and conclusions. That will be an invitation for the facilitators also on artificial intelligence to participate and to become involved. I think that this reduce a little the relevance of the session.
Okay, so we still need main session number 3. I think the only thing that was on the floor that it would be the day 4 topic. What was the topic again? Day 4? Not day 4, the last before day 4, 3. Go ahead, Chris and then Desiree.
Can I put our hosts on the spot, Ole Martin or Tuan, if she's here, in terms of, I mean, does it make more sense for the MAG to coordinate with the hosts on that session in the morning of day 4, the high-level session on WSIS plus 20?
Okay, so Chris, you want to expound on the level or what is meant by MAG involvement?
I mean, I'm sort of spitballing here. I don't have a grand plan or anything, but just, I mean, in looking at the schedule that we have, and in looking at I think the thematic approach is not something any of us disagree with inherently, but it does leave less time on day 4 for what is a pretty significant discussion under the digital cooperation banner. So I think we want to make sure that whatever is happening on that day 4 in the morning is very impactful. So I mean, from a MAG perspective, I think it doesn't make sense for us to detract any attention from the high-level session, but it would also make sense for us to have some engagement and make sure that, you know, if we're not having a separate MAG session on IGF and WSIS plus 20, that we're at least having some insight and, you know, maybe some shared ownership of a high-level session that's devoted to that. As I say, it depends a bit to what extent the plan is already sort of set in concrete for the high-level session or what was planned to be achieved with that. But at this point, I don't see many appealing alternatives for a MAG session. I don't think it's particularly appealing to have that, to use that intersessional session, which is in parallel to the high-level session on Friday morning either.
Yes, it's very difficult to fit in our MAG session on this on WSIS and GDC and the IGF that does not detract or overlaps with a high-level session. So I think I like the suggestion, perhaps either to participate in the high-level organization somehow, or to understand whether some of our points that we want to make across about the future of IGF could also be incorporated in the NRI session. We really simply don't have a good slot in the agenda for it. But in terms of title, that would somehow summarize what we're thinking is perhaps a catchy or visionary title, such as From Principles to Practice, aligning the WSIS legacy, GDC ambition, and IGF as platform for shared digital future towards 2045. So something that inserts ourselves within these main processes, or it could be as short as punchy, one digital agenda where WSIS, GDC, and IGF meet for 2045. So something visionary, but something aligning us with these processes. Thanks.
Let's try to work out something outside of the meeting today, but we still need a third main session. I'm not ignoring the WSIS part and the GDC part. I'm just saying we need, I don't think we have a resolution today for that, but we do need a resolution for the third session. Okay, so which group is going to take that? Of our existing groups, which group is going to take that and come back with a heading and a blurb? When what? Okay, what's in the timeline for main session completion? Okay. All right, so right up and now we just need somebody to lead it. Desiree, you'll lead it, okay? And we agreed it's what, day 3? No, day 1? What day is it? Day 3. Okay, day 3 line. Okay, thanks, Desiree. Good. Now, I know some people aren't happy, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have, okay. So now moving on to, so that was your coffee break, and you just shared with me what you had for lunch. Thank you. So we're on to the last session for the day, and for, are we on the last? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong paper. Sorry. Sorry, looking at the wrong paper. No, we had the coffee break. We're past coffee break. So roundtable exchange with facilitators of the MAG working groups and the IGF 2025 intersessional activities and NRIs. So kicking us off is the MAG working groups, and we have working group on strategy. Yeah, where you going, Chris? I'm Rita. TT, who's taking it?
I can start with TT. And
okay, I could see TT is online as well.
yeah, so the MAG working group on strategy, as many know, has been working on 6 objectives. One is to prepare a document showing the linkages. Other is to showcase the multi-stakeholder platform. There is another statement. Another is to have a session at the WSIS forum. Chris has already submitted the workshop proposal. We are still awaiting updates. The other is to see how we can enhance government engagement, and Tuan has kindly shared today what the host country is doing. So this will be shared with the subgroup to discuss upon. So these are things which are happening. We will come back on the other strategic aspects which we were supposed to say based upon the discussions happening, which have happened in the last 3 days. So I think that's where we are at this point of time. These are all based upon the strategic document which the working group on strategy had prepared. Titi, do you want to add something to it?
About the subgroup number 3 that is trying to organize our webinar to discuss the status and the main actor involved in the GDC roadmap, discuss paragraph 71 of the global of the GDC. So, and the status is that we have already shared, almost finalized the concept note that we are going to consolidate the list of speakers that will be invited, with the idea to hold the meeting on the first half of May. This is what I can add. And then we can have the next meeting tomorrow, if I remember well.
Good. Okay. Are you at a point where you would share your documents with the MAG public?
I think most of our documents are quite public, but we will share it. For example, we just got some update, like work objective group 5. We will try to refine it and also speak to the host and the secretary on how we can support further, like the government engagement is something. So yes, I think most of the documents are public. The MAG has full access and the others who have. So we'll share the documents. That's not an issue.
Okay, Lito, workshop processes. Oh, where did Lito go? Oh, there you go. Lito?
Sorry, I need to go to the restroom. So
Okay. You back? You need a hall pass? Go ahead. Oh, sorry, the report from working group on processes.
I'm very sorry. Okay, I don't think there's nothing new that we have done, but we have collected many duties, many homeworks that we'll need to take, I would say, after the IGF, because now it's not used in applying anything. So we will try to resume after we finish the IGF.
Youth engagement? Is that going to be you, Olga?
I was volunteering for other things with Desiree. It's multitasking, the IGF essence. So thank you, Chair. So for you to know, it's published in the Internet Governance Forum, the application for IGF 2025 Youth Mentorship Program. I have already put my name on the mentorship volunteering process. So if you're interested, please have that in mind or spread the news among your stakeholder groups. And I don't know if other members of the youth group could mention something. I don't know if they're online or. It happened. There was a workshop. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend because of some collapsed activities in my agenda. But maybe other colleagues in the call could update on that. So there was a workshop organized by the other members. I don't have details about that. I'm so sorry for that.
That's okay. Do we have any mentors here?
If it's okay, hi everyone, this is Ephraim. I'm a co-facilitator together with Olga. I was part of the meeting, and Lito presented. In the meeting, they were assisted to how to participate and how to do the workshop proposal, among others. Yeah, today there's been a call for mentorship. So and others, which I think the deadline is in, I think 2 weeks or something like that. I think that's it in summary. But we presented this in the last 2 MAG meetings, the online meetings. So I'm not going to repeat any information, but I think we gave more detailed information, and Lito can chime in, who was also part of that call. Thanks.
I see Saba has posted some link and she has a hand up. Saba?
Thank you very much, Carol. I hope you can all hear me. Me just to add on what just Olga mentioned, which is the application form for the mentees is officially open today, and thanks to the IGF Secretariat for their support in putting this together. And then the link can be found here in the chat. I'm now pasting it here. Yes, so we will share the news widely across all the IGF mailing lists as well. And just to let you know also, this year the program runs from May to November, lasting for a total of 6 months. And so, yes, we kindly invite all interested MAG members who would like to become mentors to fill out the mentor interest form that I just shared here on the chat. And we will also share it with you all on the MAG mailing list as well, so that all of you can access it. And also just to update you on some of the discussions, previously we expressed that there will be recognitions for both participants, and one of which is that certificate of appreciation. But at this time, from the discussion we had, the working group is not able to issue a certificate for the program by itself. So we only recognize both mentees and mentors on the MAG working group use page. And yes, but overall, we just want to thank all the secretariats and the MAG, and we look forward to your participation in the program. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Saba and Ephraim. Just a heads up about the deadline. Is it 27th of April, which is quite tight? I mean, we should have that in mind. I'm just checking with Secretary. Is that the date? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to multilingualism. Zhao?
Hello. I call on those who have the will and the energy to do multilingual to contribute to diversity and universal acceptance of the internet and IGF platform, which should be as multilingual as any other United Nations organizations, but is limited by resources. And thank you, Celine, for helping us with this. And I think we have several languages, but we are still in need of volunteers in Spanish, French, Arabic, and of course any other language is welcome. And I understand understand that we have limited time and energy, so it's based on a voluntary, is operating on a voluntary basis. So just keep things going. Thank you.
Thank you, Zhao. Any comments on the working groups? No? Okay. Policy network on artificial intelligence.
The policy network on AI is primarily working to draft a framework on what the different discussions are and categorize them into topics, list the fora which the PNAI should attend, list who from PNAI or the IGF community could liaison in those fora, and these could be the G20, G7, or anything where certain messages can go from the PNAI's work. So the messages also need to be discussed and framed, which could be used, and Constance, for example, has kindly agreed to volunteer on it. Organize an online discussion wherein we have all the IGF ecosystem community members, DC, or the NRIs, or even the youth coming and discussing on something related to AI governance, and we plan to also explore the linkages with other fora such as Odette. We would want a liaison. That is our wish list. We will write as we have been told, and also submit comments wherever possible. For example, recently Celine had shared on the digital policy chatbot for parliaments, which the policy network would share some comments. So these are broad things. We are getting volunteers, and we do hear that the consultant will be in action soon. So hopefully we should be able to work more. Thank you.
PN on meaningful access.
Thank you very much, Chair. With this network, actually, just to give quick highlights on the 2024 and going into 2025, was the creation of the repository for good practices, which we have shared in Riyadh, and also we have shared also on the other stakeholders that are with us. And you realize that also we have a very effective contribution to the GDC and the Summit of the Future. Because if you look at both, you realize that our network actually is really featured very well in terms of some of the issues that actually been experienced by some people or by some countries, and what we can do to resolve those issues, like learning best practices. So the key takeaways for 2025 is the recognition of by the GDC itself, and a whole society approach. That's what we want to do in 2025. And what we plan to do now going forward is the PNB offers itself as a benchmark for the implementation of the GDC. I think we have so much information, we have so much projects, we have so much policies that are actually in one place that the GDC actually can pick and learn from, so that we can help to resolve some of these issues in terms of access. Now, since Norway is going to have a milestone for which is 20 plus, we are on our consultation phase, which is going to help us to work towards the roadmap towards the 2025 report. So the 2025 report is public portfolio plus knowledge and activities. Now, overall, we would like to improve the cooperation with the NRIs and the DCs and other partners of the IGF processes on their experiences and the meaningful access. So we've already started, and we think the more collaboration we have with the NRIs and the DCs, the better it becomes, because of they'll be able to know exactly some of the gaps that we actually have, because till now we have close to 40% or so of the world that still have issues of access. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for meaningful access? Anybody else from meaningful access want to make a comment? Okay. Internet fragmentation.
we are now ready to go full speed because the consultant has been assigned, so that will bring new dynamism. The policy network on internet fragmentation will continue with the inclusive dialogue, trying to ensure that discussions on internet fragmentations remain open and inclusive with the involvement of all stakeholders and especially governments. We want to also, because this is a policy network with quite some history behind, we want to assess and follow up on what has happened 1 year on, proactively tracking and reporting on also commitments in relation to the global digital contact. And last but not least, we want to establish a multi-stakeholder mechanism to monitor and evaluate this progress. As for some milestones in the coming weeks, so we are planning to have our call in the first half of May. Then we will follow with a few meetings and webinars where we would really appreciate active participation of other MAC members and the IGF community. Obviously, we count on the session happening at the IGF in Norway, and the outlook for the continuation after the IGF is to publish a report in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trace. Any questions? Anybody from the policy network want to add anything? BPF cybersecurity. Was Anriette able to join? Can you see Anriette? No? Okay. Celine?
Sorry, apologies. I was informed, so Henriette cannot join online, and neither can Valeria, but they wanted to send a short text, so we'll be publishing it on the website.
Dynamic Coalition?
Thank you. Yes, we are preparing for collaborative sessions based to the 4 sub-themes, and to prepare them, we have launched a series of webinars that we held the first webinar early this month on AI governance, and the next one will be on security and the digital age, which is already scheduled for the 30th of this month. And then we have 2 more in May, and so I think we should be in good shape to go into the Oslo meeting. And we still hope to have a main session on main dynamic coalition session. But again, the big room seems to be a bit intimidating, and the slightly smaller room might be better suited for a session for the dynamic coalition main session. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Anya?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll share a few updates about the NRI's work in preparation for Norway specifically. So as said 2 days ago, the NRIs have been running their internal consultations since the beginning of the year, and the consultations resulted in a couple of topics of interest to the group to focus 3 collaborative sessions to local connectivity and community-based networks and solutions for affordable and universal access. Second one on data governance, and the third one on managing cybersecurity threats. The main session focuses on strengthening multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance in light of these important processes that are happening now. I'm also due to inform the MAG that the NRIs also decided to come up with a position regarding the WSIS Plus 20 preparations. And so there are now efforts underway to put together a 2-pager, so something that's going to be concise but yet pragmatical with respect to the changes that the global network would like to see in the WSIS Plus 20 process and the resolution and IGF and overall digital governance going beyond 2025. So we expect that paper to be finalized and presented officially at the IGF in Norway. And then we will internally try to do our best to organize the group so that they can participate as a network in all these consultations that are yet to be announced by the co-facilitators as part of the WIS Plus 20 timeline leading to the December. That would be it. Thank you very much.
Okay, now from being overtime, now on to time. So
we did plan to end a bit early since people have.
Oh yeah, people do have flights to catch. Yeah. Okay, good. All right. So thank you very much. I think everybody worked extremely hard, and we still have work to do. We're almost there. Who has the countdown time? How many days?
67.
67 whole days to get it done. I also hope everybody enjoyed their Easter break. If you do get an Easter break, I know I'm looking forward to mine starting tomorrow, even though I'll be in flight. The good thing about that is we get some time back, so I should be getting in at 2 at my time. But everybody stay safe, stay engaged, enjoy, eat plenty. I plan to. And give yourself enough. Okay, and it was really great seeing everybody in person. I'll catch you again online. Thank you. Thank you, persons online. Have a good night, a good morning, a good afternoon. Okay, thank
There's
you.
a request for a photo.
Oh, photo, don't,
actually done
camera
on the first
people,
day.
I mean, online people don't go. Can we get a group online to take a picture? You're gonna take a picture?
Yes.
Online people, you still there? Can you turn on your cameras? Can we get as many people in there as possible? Tech
So
people?
we need to, I suppose.
We need to come this way so they can take.
Come on, online people, you can do it.
Wake up.
Yeah, oh yeah, wake up. Okay, let me do a little bit of vanity.
Are we ready? Is it possible to show?
We have wow only.
Can we show the grid view?
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
Can we?
There you go.